This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
I didn't say that.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's Assembly meeting. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, and those electronic devices should be turned to quiet mode if at all possible. Remember that in order to speak, you have to press the button to get the red light, and if you could switch it off after you've finished, I would appreciate that. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence from the Deputy Chair, Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Assembly Member Armitt, Assembly Member Bailey, Assembly Member Baker and Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you. And I just ask our guests to bear with us for just a little bit longer, because I now want to provide an update on some recent Assembly activity. Since the last all-Assembly meeting on the 18th of May, the Economy meeting held the first of two meetings on childcare in London, looking at how costs impact the living standards of London families and parents. Following an investigation into noise pollution, the Environment Committee wrote to Heathrow Airport calling for more clarity on its proposed expansion plans. The Police and Crime Committee examined the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime and its oversight of the Metropolitan Police. The GLA Oversight Committee discussed the impact of the Mayor's... I was about to say that's very appropriate for infrastructure. We'll be touching on that later on. The GLA Oversight Committee discussed the impact of the Mayor's 2018-2022 Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Strategy. And the Health Committee met to examine how a public health approach to serious youth violence is being used in London. For the first of two meetings on young Londoners' access to home ownership, the Housing Committee discussed how the Mayor's policies help young people and what more he can do to boost home ownership to young people. The Police and Crime Committee held its monthly Q&A session with Metropolitan Police and Deputy Mayor for the Police and Crime, looking at topical issues, including the policing of the coronation. And the Planning and Regeneration Committee discussed the Greater London Authority's consultation draft of its new London Plan guidance on affordable housing and on development viability ahead of its response to the consultation. We're at the end of those announcements. It's just to make those guests aware that we're very, very busy on this Assembly. We do get a lot done. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? There being none, we'll move on. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly meeting held on the 4th of May 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record? And now we can move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on London's long-term infrastructure needs. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Sir John Armitt, who is the chair of the National Infrastructure Commission, Seb Dance, who is the Deputy Mayor for Transport, Phil Graham, Executive Director for Good Growth at the GLA, Charlie Wood, the London Area Director for the Environment Agency, and Dr. Stephen King, Head of Business and Enterprise at the London Councils, and Ben Lucas, Founding Director of Metro Dynamics, Caroline Sheridan, the Engineering and Asset Director for Thames Water, and John Kavanagh, the Programme Director, Infrastructure at Business London. So, welcome all of you to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as chair to Sir John Armitt. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to all of our invited guests. Please, because I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their questions. And bearing in mind we have a lot of guests, I would be very grateful for succinct answers so that we can get through all of the questions we have for you. And Assembly members, I think you should bear that in mind as well. This meeting is only as long as you make it. So the first question to Sir John is, what are London's most pressing infrastructure needs and challenges for the coming decades?
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chair. Infrastructure, of course, is a means to an end. Whether it's transport, energy, water, digital, or any other sector, infrastructure networks exist to provide basic services upon which much of the economy and, of course, our quality of life is based. So to ask about London's future infrastructure needs, we're really asking what kind of sustainable economy do we want to build? And in that regard, I don't believe that the aspirations, of course, of Londoners are that different to those of the rest of the country. Though I do accept that how you meet common goals, for instance, high-quality transport connectivity, will differ in cities like London, which have particularly high population density. The key long-term challenges that the Commission has identified are achieving economic growth and boosting productivity across all regions of the UK. We don't subscribe to the view that levelling up the economic performance of, say, Manchester or Birmingham means levelling down London. Quite the reverse. Our work looks at how infrastructure improvements can both support growth in lower productivity areas whilst also addressing the constraints to growth in the high productivity areas. Reaching net zero by 2050 to reduce the harm that we are causing to the planet, control global warming and reduce our reliance on costly fossil fuels, and to improve climate resilience, both to better protect our infrastructure itself, but also to ensure we have the infrastructure needed to help wider society resist and adapt to increased weather extremes, such as flood defences. Each of these are complex challenges, and many different actors are working on different parts of them, not least here in London, and not least here on this panel today. For the Commission's part, we're focused on where we can add value to an independent expert voice in London to government getting government's ear, but taking a long-term 20 to 30-year view. Foremost among the Commission's responsibilities is producing a national infrastructure assessment once every 5 years. The first was published in 2018 and heavily influenced the government's national infrastructure strategy, which they announced in 2020. Our second assessment will come this autumn and will be based upon the 3 strategic pillars that I've just referenced. So while you'll appreciate it's too early for me to preempt where we might land on some of these different issues, this is certainly a timely plenary. I'll mention 2 particular areas of focus that I suspect will be close to the hearts and minds of many members. Firstly, London needs to be able to facilitate the region-wide planning and deployment of vast amounts of new infrastructure to enable the net zero transition. A key challenge here is in electricity distribution, where electric vehicles and heat pumps will place unprecedented demands on the system. We need a new approach to energy system planning, a single source of the truth for London's energy requirements that gives greater confidence to allow anticipatory investment in infrastructure. So we'll be making recommendations on the type of governance and coordination roles that local authorities, including the GLA, will need to achieve that transition. Similarly, we'll be looking at how local authorities can be empowered and resourced to play a bigger role in driving the decarbonisation of home heating and the rollout of energy efficiency measures, which are again both absolutely critical to net zero emissions. I'll end on transport. The Elizabeth line has fast become indispensable to many Londoners. And on a visit to Barking Riverside with GLA officers earlier this year, I got to see how important the overground extension there has been in improving the quality of life for residents, as I suspect many others, and indeed unlocking labour flows in and out of that area. We know that London needs to continue to invest in upgrading its transport infrastructure alongside proper maintenance and renewal of existing assets to keep pace with future demand. Post-COVID, there is an interesting strategic question for London, and indeed other cities. How do we get the right balance between improving connectivity to unlock new development and adding more capacity into the centre? We need to move from short-term emergency settlements for TfL to a more stable settlement that allows longer-term planning. As part of this, London in particular has opportunities to use innovative funding models to help pay for new capital schemes, building on the approach taken to Crossrail 1, the Northern Line extension and the Royal Dock Enterprise Zone. I've no doubt that we'll want to return to some of these themes, but I'll just stop there, Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of food for thought. I would ask you a question, supplementary, but that's not how we do here from the chair. So the first person to the first supplementary question is from Assembly Member Duval.
Stephen King, and it concerns the London infrastructure framework. So you've recently released this report that calls on London to develop a central infrastructure development and delivery centre of expertise. So what role would the GLA play in that? What's your thinking?
Thank you very much for that question. Ben is actually the author of that report sitting next to me, so technical questions could be referred to that. That is a recommendation of the report, and to be fair, we are still reflecting on those, and we are in discussions with people like Phil Graham and others about what that will actually look like. Yes, there is a central role, and we need to work in partnership with the GLA on that. Things like heat networks. You know, we know that we don't have enough skills within London to develop the heat networks that we want. I've been talking to boroughs about that, for example, and some kind of centralised resource to help with that. But obviously, boroughs still have a central role in terms of delivery. It's working out the relationship between having the expertise that we need, that we can draw down, but retaining the skills within, well, building up the skills, because we know that there is a skills gap within boroughs to be able to deliver things like, technical heat networks.
But Ben, Lucas, can you just quickly then, what was the thinking behind that recommendation in terms of the research that led you to think this is what's required?
Thank you. Well, I think we came to that because in developing the infrastructure framework, where the idea was to try and put together in one place the kind of key borough priorities for infrastructure across London, and we'd also previously worked for London councils during the COVID period on an economic recovery framework, and one of the things that had struck us was that compared with other cities, London boroughs collectively didn't have, as it were, a top wish list of the major priorities for infrastructure investment. So we then worked with the boroughs and the GLA, TfL and other regulated industries to pull together that framework, and part of that was a call to evidence to the individual boroughs. And that enlisted about 180 projects that we looked through. But one of the things that was really striking was that some boroughs didn't really come forward with any projects, and others came forward quite a few. And what that, I think, reveals is that there's obviously significant variation to some extent in infrastructure demand across London, but also in the capacity to develop investable projects. So this picks up on the point that Sir John has just been making, I think, that in order to, for example, empower local authorities to be able to develop the heat networks that we're going to need in the future, they'll also need the resource to be able to do that. And so the idea of this sort of central skills capacity hub is that the whole of London, the London system, as it were, i.e. the boroughs, the GLA, presumably that would also include TfL, given their capacity and skills, should think about how they could create some central skills capacity that can then support the development of the right kind of investable projects across London, with both the technical skills and commercial skills to develop projects, but also the particular skills to understand new needs, for example, in energy networks. And one of the things that also struck us in the work we were doing is that one London borough had something like 17% of all of the capacity to develop energy networks across the whole of London, and others don't have any capacity at all. So that was really the basis of that recommendation.
Okay, and just very quickly, on the, I think it might be to Phil Graham or Seb Dance. You can work out between you who's going to answer this. So, in terms of one of the infrastructure decisions for taking decisions relating to infrastructure and coordination amongst partners. So the role of the London Partnership Board, been relaunched post-COVID. What's the role of it then? What's the early thinking here in the GLA? And by GLA, we talk about the GLA family, so we include TfL in that. So what's the thinking and what discussions have taken place with your partners about moving this issue forward so we prepare the ground for when government presumably responds?
I think we see that as an important role of the London Partnership Board, and I think it's quite important to say that the infrastructure framework that Ben and team developed flowed out of the joint GLA, London Council's, London Borough's economic development framework, economic recovery framework rather, that was put together at the request of the London Recovery Board, as it was then, the London Partnership Board as it is now. So I think that the structure is designed to work in that way. I think the Partnership Board is always going to be about identifying strategic priorities. There may be members of that board who then get involved in the detailed follow-up, but already at the board's meeting, I think in March, we had a significant discussion around the needs and the challenges for London around buildings decarbonisation and retrofit. On the back of that, the GLA and London councils were commissioned to go away and do further work on what sort of the appropriate model, sort of system-wide model for London of retrofit might be, particularly if in future there's more significant funding coming through from government for this. And coming back to where the question began, one of the things that we're looking at as part of that is how sort of the boroughs and the GLA and London councils and potentially London's anchor institutions as well could work together on skills development and on supply side sort of development, so that you've got the people and the organisations in place to actually be able to take that money and start spending it on making people's homes more energy efficient and installing new heating systems.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, panel. My questions are for Charlotte Wood of the Environment Agency. So as we're speaking on the news of reporting the horrendous wildfires that are happening in Canada and across North America, people are being asked to wear masks from the air pollution. And we've seen our own wildfires and floods in London, including last year, the London Fire Brigade had their worst day in terms of call-outs since World War II. And around flooding, you've brought forward your own plans for a new Thames barrier. Now, that means you're going to be looking at stopping using the Thames barrier to defend against river flooding upstream, particularly in West London. Now, I know a lot about your plans with rewilding Arcadia, but I'm just wondering about rewilding and greener plans for the rest of the Thames estuary.
Thanks. Yeah, so that is right. We will at some point have to stop using the Thames barrier for flooding within West London, because it was always built for tidal flood risk and to defend from that. So there are other plans further upstream to put in natural flood management and increase the storage upstream to reduce the risk of flooding within those West London catchments. And obviously working across the whole of the Thames estuary and within London to increase habitat and other greening within that area. And urban greening is really, really important with London. So we've been working closely with London councils and others, and I've been co-chairing the Surface Water Strategic Flood Risk Group, where we've been looking together to see how we can bring those schemes forward, but also find better solutions for funding that. And pooling our money, which is one of the biggest problems. And touching on the skills point, there's a real mix of skills within the boroughs to bring that work forward. So we actually have a team within the Environment Agency that's funded by local levy money to support the boroughs in bringing forward those schemes, which has been quite successful, that could be used for other sectors.
Thank you. And moving on to Ward's surface water flooding, the Mayor's set a target of 50,000 square metres, and I've spoken to him previously that he's only, this is Sustainable Urban Drainage Systems, SUDS, and now he's only accepted responsibility for just 5,000 square metres a year, so that's a tenth of his target. Now, when I asked him about this previously at Mayor's Questions, he said that he can't even count the SUDS that get installed in London, as in there's no way of collating that data. Is there really no way to track installation of SUDS? Has this been done anywhere else in the world, and what could the Mayor be doing more of? So with this group that we've formed, which includes all of our partners across London, data is one of the things that we're looking at, and we're working really closely with everybody so that we can share data and collate it so that we can get a better understanding of figures such as those. And it is a difficult question because of the way that we all collect that data and own that data, but we are working towards it. And we've also been working with the Mayor's Infrastructure Group on their mapping tool, so that every time a road is dug up, that it is replaced with SUDS. However, that sounds more straightforward than it actually is in practice. So we're working towards it. We have been working with Bloomberg Associates, who've been working with cities across the world. And it is done in other places, but again, data is a particular issue because of the numerous places that it's held. So we will try to do that, and it is one of our areas of focus with this group that we're working with now. Can I dig just a little bit deeper? Because I hear that it's hard and I hear it's a difficult issue, but I'm sure you'd absolutely agree it's vital. We can't track any of these things unless we have this data. Is there anything else going on around the world that the Mayor doesn't currently have the powers to do, or you'd love to see the government giving him the powers to do, or kind of any creative ways? Because I can hear how we can measure new sustainable urban drainage systems by making it part of the planning application. But historically, if we don't know what's going on, then it's very difficult to then track these things.
Yeah, so we have done some mapping of sustainable urban drainage, and so we do know where those areas are, and also where the best place to put more in. So that is available. I'm absolutely sure in other places in the world there are new digital advances that we're not aware of, but we will keep looking at those. So with regards to powers, I mean, we've looked at this a lot with this strategic surface water group, and whether governance, governance is a complicated issue. But we've come to the conclusion that working collaboratively together is the best solution right now. And that is working, and we really are seeing progress. So actually on Friday I'll be co-chairing that meeting, and we've got an update of where we are on those actions, and we really have delivered together, progress on those actions since the floods that took place in 2021.
Thanks, Charlie. And my last question for you. I'm very concerned, in fact, more than concerned, infuriated by when people try and build infrastructure and justify the big amounts of carbon by talking about offsetting. And we've seen FIFA in trouble or criticised this week around Qatar and the World Cup and what they've done there. So turning to the Lower Thames Crossing, they're calling their project a pathfinder for carbon offsetting, but essentially it's still a multi-billion-pound new motorway. How do we avoid infrastructure like the Lower Thames Crossing, planting lots of trees and claiming it is offsetting emissions, when in reality this is just a concrete scar across the Greenbelt, and we need to be planting more trees anyway, regardless of new infrastructure?
I mean, I completely agree. Of course, we need to plant more trees. I don't know the detail of the Lower Thames Crossing and the offsetting angle on that, but I think, constantly working with all of the new infrastructure providers, we encourage as many advances as we can on, the best concrete that you can use, or, reducing and working towards net zero. I know, John, you've done quite a lot of work on that as well. So I can't answer in any more
That's fine, you can't know
that.
everything, but would it be possible to ask the EA as a body to look at this and then maybe to write to me once you do know the detail?
I can, but I'm not quite sure whether it's completely within our remit to do that. I mean, we can share good practices as a construction. Obviously, we build a lot of flood defences ourselves, and we're looking into how we can meet net zero targets. So I can share good practice from that point of view. I'll look into it and come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here. I think it's a very important topic. I think I am duty-bound. It's now traditional that I have to point out that, unfortunately, the Mayor didn't consider it important enough to come along, but thank you to all of you who have. If I could start with you, Sir John. It's actually picking up on a point that you raised in your opening remarks about almost every answer to decarbonisation looks like electrification. And so while we talk about decarbonising our existing electrical supply, we also then have transport, which is often fossil fueled currently. We have domestic heating, space heating, water heating, which is fossil fueled, mostly gas. So we have that huge amount of additional electricity supply requirement and distribution requirement. Where are we in London in terms of both securing the increased supply that requires, but also, I suppose, perhaps more practically here, that the distribution of that? Is that something that you've been looking at and something that you feel reassured is on track?
Well, it's not something which the Commission has looked at in detail, but I know from my own experience with other organisations that, in fact, the distribution networks, not only in London, but in many places across the country, are in fact struggling already to meet the extra demand, whether that is extra demand as a consequence of significant housing developments. Nine Elms, I think, was a classic example where they were well into construction and still didn't have the amount of electricity that was going to be necessary to power that development. And we know that it's a challenge for those who are trying to lay down EV charge points, where in fact they would wish to get on with doing it, but in fact cannot get on with doing it because in fact they've got to wait for the energy companies to be able to provide them with the electricity, and potentially, of course, with a very significant increase at the moment as probably the only solution to wide-scale domestic heating, being the heat pump, that is going to increase that again. So I think if anybody from any of the distribution companies were here this morning, or indeed National Grid, they would be making the point about the need to to see significant progress in these areas. One of the constraints that certainly at national grid level they have is planning, getting planning consent for what they need to do. For example, at the moment, just achieving the landfall of the offshore wind-generated electricity into the country. And being able to spread it onto the network. So there are a whole series of constraints in this area at the moment, and I think it's one which clearly is going to be at the forefront of infrastructure challenges over the next, frankly, over the next 20 years.
Thank you very much. I agree. Is that something it's not part of your remit, or it's just something you haven't got to yet?
Well, the thing about our remit is that our remit is fundamentally to look nationally. Interestingly, in many ways, we don't look at specific projects unless we're specifically asked to. So we looked, for example, at the East-West, the Oxcam ARC at the request of government. We looked at specific rail schemes at the request of government. Back in 2016, we looked at Crossrail 2 at the request of government. But by and large, we tend to look at the overall needs that we face as a country without getting too much into specific projects.
Okay.
Leave the development of the specific projects then to either the individual government agencies or, of course, local government.
Okay. I suppose I pitched my question as it was to you, thinking that it is actually a strategic issue, you know, the fact that if we need 3, 4, 5 times the electricity to be distributed. And
it's a strategic issue which we, in a sense, drew attention to in the paper which we published 2 or 3 months ago now at the government's request on the challenges of the NSIP process. So not at local level planning, but more particularly at nationally significant projects and the challenges that they face and what needs to be done to try and accelerate those, where the whole process has slowed down considerably just since 2010. So it's taking considerably longer now than it did in 2010 to move any of these projects through the planning process.
I see your point. It's both the very large projects and also very small projects in terms of digging up a particular street to update the power supply in that cable. It's both extremes, isn't it?
Yes, and it comes back to the point that's been made earlier on today about the need for collaboration across all these different sectors within, very often at a local level. And then, of course, you come on to the challenge, which I think we're all aware of, which is the level of resources which are available to be able to address these quite complex issues within local authorities.
Yeah. So since you mentioned planning, so Dr. Stephen, if I could come to you, that's obviously Council's department. Where are London councils in terms of, you know, planning is often an obstruction to really doing anything. Where are London councils in terms of making sure this infrastructure need is being eased where it can be and certainly where it's needed?
Thank you for the question. I think that will be something I have to write back to you about. Obviously, we represent 32 boroughs plus the City of London. Each has their own democratic processes and their own local plans. They are very aware of the need to deliver infrastructure. We are seeing housing projects, as you mentioned, in London stalled or certainly frustrated by infrastructure delivery. We are seeing, ambitions for decarbonisation in the office market, for example, facing certain challenges. So boroughs are aware of it. A number of boroughs, for example, on the digital side, have put in wayfinding agreements. It's interesting. Westminster, went from being one of the worst digitally connected locations to one of the best now, and that was very much led by Westminster City Council, stepping up in terms of ensuring the connectivity into buildings. So it's not an issue that we're not aware of, but in terms of the detail, obviously we represent 32 plus the City of London, each with their own democratic processes.
Of course. Yeah, no, you're right. Of course it would be for each council. I wondered, is there a piece of work that London Councils is doing in terms of coordinate? I know there are some things, not to bring up e-scooters, but let's say e-scooters, trying to coordinate work on that, which sometimes can prove difficult. I wondered whether there was sort of infrastructure planning coordination work like that was going on at London Council's level.
The biggest piece of work that we are taking on directly related to this is around electric vehicle charging points and supporting boroughs in terms of the rollout of that and the delivery of that. But again, I'm not close to the detail, but be happy to provide more details on that. But yes, we have a big role in that, and we are helping boroughs coordinate on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that letter. Well, to all of us, I'm sure would be interested in that. And finally, John Kavanagh, thinking about businesses. Obviously, when businesses are either expanding or moving into a new location, upgrading premises, is the sort of lack of power, lack of infrastructure to provide the power, is that something that's frequently already coming up, or is it something that's on the horizon, or is it something that's not really a constraint at all at the moment from a business point of view?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is a consideration. I think it clearly varies from geography to geography. You saw the issues that happened in West London last year in terms of the capacity to get connections to the grid. So I think it's about the operating companies at the transmission level making sure that they can provide the capacity that needs to be there for businesses to locate there. And that's about use of data. So UK Power Networks are one of our members, one of our partner members. They're pioneering through their business plan better use of smart mapping applications to flex capacity in line with demand, so that you don't have to necessarily invest huge sums of money, which obviously adds costs to consumers, in upgrading a network if it's not going to be fully utilised. So there are innovations that you can use through smart technology to better match that sort of demand against supply, and we're working with our members on some of that.
Well, that's great. Yes, I suppose I hadn't considered that some of your members are both the suppliers and the users. That would be good. So do you have is that something that you're doing a piece of work on, or is that something where your members are just speaking to you and amongst themselves about the issues they're seeing?
Yeah, so I mean, we do work with our members from time to time on specific issues. So the electricity grid is one of those. We support them through their business plan process. So that's the sort of kind of conduit through which that takes shape. So, for example, Thames Water's business plan, UK Power Networks business plan, and we do our best to raise the profile and awareness amongst the wider business community that we represent about the innovations that some of our members are bringing to things like electricity capacity, so that they can take advantage of those solutions and make sure that work is shared as widely as it can be.
Okay, but I suppose going back to where I started, obviously when businesses or individuals think about decarbonising whatever it is that they're doing, electricity is almost always the go-to solution, other than just desisting, I suppose. So when your members are thinking about that sort of decarbonisation process, is availability of electricity supply, is that something that comes up a lot as a potential constraint on adapting and changing?
Yes, I think it does. I mean, I think you probably have to separate the two out. I mean, businesses would think about electricity supply in terms of reliability of that supply primarily, and that relates to water, it relates to gas, other utilities. So businesses are thinking about, can I function, can I carry out my day-to-day business operations? You know, will I suffer electricity blackouts? Will I? You know, that is a key consideration. That it has to be at the top of businesses' priorities list. But the relationship between decarbonising the electricity grid and the work of business in the capital is something that we're very keen to pursue as a key kind of work area for us as Business London, because our members are the ones that are arguably leading the transition to lower forms of carbon use through their business operations.
Yeah, I think that's true. Well, I'd be interested in seeing that work as it comes out. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Graham, you wanted to come back on that.
I only wanted very briefly to build on what Dr. King said with regard to work between the boroughs around long-term infrastructure, and particularly long-term energy planning. Just to note that the GLA's Infrastructure Coordination Service is increasingly now working with groups of boroughs, generally at sub-regional level. That seems to be the best sort of geographical scale at which to do this work, on long-term area energy plans and on solutions and opportunities to address or to at least mitigate some of the risks that we're starting to see come through at the moment, where major new sources of demand for power, particularly data centres, are being taken forward within London's boundaries.
So that's a piece of work that's sort of ongoing, so it's continuous.
We're just beginning that.
Okay.
We are working on an initial local area energy plan with the West London Alliance and the West London sub-regional boroughs at the moment as a pilot, because that's where the issues around energy supply have bitten hardest over recent months. But the idea is that on the back of that pilot, we'll learn some lessons and take that forward into other areas of the capital as well, and that both helps the boroughs, but also critically provides evidence to take to the regulator, which is often one of the other challenges in this, in terms of securing the investment, to demonstrate the level of investment that's required. And it's extremely helpful very recently that the government has finally given Ofgem a statutory duty to support the transition to net zero, which I think was something that John was arguing for at the NIC back when I was there.
Okay, thank you very much, Phil. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for spotting that.
Assembly Member Bakari, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to touch on something that Assembly Member Polanski was discussing earlier about flooding, but I want to link it to pollution through sewage. So I'm sure Caroline and Charlie would like to come in at this point, but I want to start off with John. So John, I know that you were talking about Pacific projects not always being part of your approach, but the baseline report that you produced in 2021 said serious pollution incidents from water and sewage are unacceptably high, and then your report in 2022 about reducing the risk of surface water flooding, and also the Mayor himself has now responded to saying that he'll be developing a surface water flooding strategy. So in terms of the work that you're doing, have you seen any progress being made by the Mayor specifically on the Mayor's surface water flooding strategy, and have you got any comments on that particular issue?
A quick answer, no, I don't have any particular comments on his strategy. And if he had one at the moment, then I guess it's early days to see any outcome from that anyway. I mean, clearly this is an issue which has become, I suppose, we've all become a lot more aware of in the last couple of years. This can only be resolved at the end of the day by investment, and that investment, particularly for the water companies, is something which is going to have to be agreed with the regulator, and that will then flow back to what direction does the government give to the regulator, because the regulator at the end of the day is there to fundamentally deliver government policy in respect to any of the regulated sectors. And therefore, as Phil has just mentioned, with regard to Ofgem, the fact that the government has now said to Ofgem, look, you have a zero carbon consideration now which we require you to take into account in reaching your decisions, that is very important, because it gives clear direction to a regulator as to what the government expects them to take into account when reaching what in essence become a negotiated settlement with the regulated companies, which finishes up being a balance between, well, what's the level of investment that's required at the same time as what can be afforded by the customer, because this is only paid for at the end of the day by us. And therefore you've got that very difficult balance to strike between the affordability, the bills which we all receive, related to the investment which is required, because that's where the investment monies ultimately have to come from. So, I'm sure from any of the water companies, this is something which clearly is moving up the agenda, but they can only move up the agenda at the end of the day as a consequence of discussion, negotiation, and, if you like, agreement between themselves and their regulator as to what they are going to, to what extent they're going to increase their regulated asset base, the cost of that, the rate at which it can be realistically achieved. The challenge with surface water flooding is it's not just the water companies. It requires, as has been pointed out by very many people in the last year or two, enormous amount of cooperation and understanding between all the different agencies, highways, local authorities, as well as the water companies. The challenge is we have a combined system in this country where flum water and sewage mix that creates the inevitable overflows.
Caroline, would you like to come in?
Yeah, certainly. And so in terms of how far up this is on our agenda, it is absolutely top of our agenda. And, we've said publicly many a time that any discharge of untreated sewage into rivers is totally unacceptable. I think sort of building on a number of points about our approach to this, but really importantly is that we have a plan to tackle this. And our plan needs to be multifaceted, and we've published our river health plan, and it starts with real investment in our asset health and the condition of our assets. And that has to happen, and that is at the forefront of our plan. And we're committing to investing 1.6 billion across Thames to improve this. Also, we've got Thames Tideway. Now, Thames Tideway has obviously been a major investment done through very much challenging the normal norms of big infrastructure and enabled. And that in itself will reduce discharges into the Thames by 95%, so it's really significant. But the time it takes to do that type of infrastructure is something certainly that lends itself to learning from Thames Tideway, but also further reform. I think to other points as well around the sort of complex nature of our assets and the interdependency of them. We touched a little bit on data and getting the information on how this is affecting our rivers. And we did publish the real-time map at the beginning of January, which is really the first start of getting as much data as possible of the impact that is happening and how our assets are behaving. So it's a combined effort, and also then the interdependency with surface water flooding. And Charlie has already touched on the work with the surface water group. So it is multifaceted. It's really high up on our agenda. It's totally unacceptable. And we have published a plan and continue to plan with the intention to remove all discharges from rivers in the future.
Can you tell me a little bit about where the new technology that you're working on fits into perhaps reducing the amount of pollution that we're seeing in rivers? Is there anything particularly in terms of monitoring, for example?
Yeah, so monitoring is actually quite complex in itself, and it's quite a lot about a sort of digital transformation that we need. So a lot of you can monitor relatively easily, and obviously the types of monitors that we need to put on, and the nutrients and the chemicals that we are testing for is always stretching the capability of the monitoring that we put on. But fundamentally, it's all multifaceted then with how we operate and how we use that data and the technology that we have to make it available. And it is rapidly advancing. And the real-time map that we have created was actually a leap forward in being able to pull all that together. Not only have it usable for the public to look at within 15 minutes of discharge, but also for us internally to use that data in a common way. And having that common data environment is using the sort of digital technology that we have. But it's an ongoing challenge. So monitoring continuing is not going to give us all the answers. It's going to give us a lot of insight. But that on itself, the monitors need maintaining. We need access to put the monitors in places which perhaps are not easy to access. So it's a multifaceted challenge to really take the digital advancements and bring them into use every day.
I mean, I want to now to kind of wrap up this in terms of finance and money. And I think this is a big factor, and I think you've mentioned this before. And Charlie and Phil, perhaps you can come in at this point. The Mayor announced in July 2020 a package of infrastructure works up to £1.5 billion, which, among other things, would reduce the pollution incidence by 30% by 2025. What do you think in terms of the likelihood of this actually being something that is actually going to achieve the results that we want? How are we going to measure that progress? And Phil, in particular, can you define some of those specific incidents that you think will be part of that, hopefully, success in reducing the pollution? So should we start with Phil?
I think the announcement that you're talking about was the announcement of additional investment by Thames Water that, with the support of the Mayor and I think of the Environment Agency as well, we persuaded the regulator should be included in the latest regulatory settlement. So it's not investment that's being made by the Mayor. It's investment that we have helped to convince the regulator is necessary to address flood risk and pollution risk by Thames Water, and to develop and to provide for some of the additional capacity that's required deliver that. So the metrics associated with that would be set by the regulator as part of the regulatory settlement, rather than directly by the mayor, because it's not our arrangement. So I don't have specific numbers, but I mean, having, for want of a better way of putting it, put our heads very much above the parapet in terms of the need for that investment, we would definitely expect to see a reduction in pollution incidents, a reduction in flooding impacts, and I think also part of it was about ensuring that, my memory is that some of it was also just about ensuring that there was sufficient water capacity, storage capacity, to ensure that droughts and other sort of periods of drought and so on were dealt with effectively within London. So we would expect to see an improved performance in that area as well.
So just to end, I know that I've run out of time, but 30% by 2025, an achievable target?
I wouldn't want to. I genuinely, it's not that I think it isn't achievable, I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I think I would have to come back to you on that.
I think we'll have to come to an end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person to ask a question is Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the panel. So, John Armitt, I'm going to take us back to some of your opening comments around the sort of wider strategic priorities and framework in terms of how we navigate decisions in London for infrastructure projects. So, to that end, I wanted to ask, how should the GLA determine which infrastructure projects in London should be prioritised? So, please feel free to draw on your opening remarks and build on them.
Well, I suppose, given the scale of London, if I had a magic wand, one would say that, in a sense, London needs to have its own strategic group, and I guess Phil might tell me that that's what, to a certain extent, happens under the group which he leads. But somebody needs to look at it in the round. These are bottom-up, top-down processes, inevitably, and a lot of the arguments which we've put forward as the NIC consistently over the last 5 years, I think now, to government, is that local decisions need to be understood and people locally need to be held accountable for them. And they are the people best placed to understand their city, their region. They should drive the infrastructure needs as they can identify them at a local level. And then, if necessary, they can go to central government for financial support. In fact, we've argued for more devolution of funding from central government to devolved authorities so that they can actually make these long-term plans themselves, because many of these things are not sort of 2-year programs. These are 10-year programs which need a consistency and certainty of financial support, and that can only, at the end of the day, be in many respects come from central government supported by, and different places have different abilities to raise their own money locally. London has a greater ability probably than anybody else to raise money at a local level because the sheer scale of the economy and the value of land, etc. But so in essence, I would say that London needs to understand what its needs are, working with all the boroughs, understanding that, have a overall plan, which it then can actually sit down and work out how it's going to fund that between itself and its own facilities and those which it can get from central government.
Thank you. That was really informative, and I think builds on Assemblymember DeVal's point around the need for devolution to London. And I agree with you. I think we need more sort of decision-making powers devolved to London. I think local people are far better placed to know what the needs are and set those strategic priorities. But I think it's also a balance of not just devolving power and decision-making, but also capacity to access funding. So to that extent, I sort of wanted to ask, as we begin to identify the infrastructure projects that London needs, what funding or wider support do you think we should expect from government, and do you think currently the balance is appropriate?
Well, at the end of the day, this becomes what government and Treasury feel that they can afford to devolve, doesn't it? And we've seen recent settlements made to particularly Manchester, the wider Manchester area, and and the West Midlands area of Birmingham as two sort of almost, I suppose, in a sense, for government pilot models in which they've allocated several billions of pounds to each area over the next 5 years. I think the point we've always made is that it's a little bit like the regulated industries. They're 5-yearly, 7-yearly settlements, and they can go into those knowing that there will be another one with a similar period of time, and that's where cities need to be, that they're not just looking at it in a 5-year and we don't know what's going to happen after that 5 years. They need to be confident that there will be another 5-year settlement of maybe more, maybe less, but of sort of similar scale. Let's put it like that. So but inevitably, and this is something we will seek to address in our October publication of our next long-term perspective, but I don't want to give any numbers today, and the numbers will vary across the country. So parts of the country you could expect a higher percentage of what's needed to be raised locally, and others they will struggle to do that, and value of land has a lot of impact on the ability to do that. We saw how much money the Mayor was able to raise in order to support the funding of Crossrail, the Elizabeth line, but at the end of the day the bulk of it of course came from government, and I'm sure that given the scale of some of the very large schemes that will inevitably continue to be the case, that on these very large schemes that is the case, and that's something we will be, which we've been sort of looking at and discussing. We haven't reached any conclusions yet within the NIC, but it's something we will talk about in October.
Thank you very much, Sir John Armitt. That was really informative. And I'll just finish on this quick final point to Deputy Mayor Seb Dance. It's just in the context of government funding for important infrastructure projects. Obviously, in the COVID-19 pandemic, we had huge financial challenges caused to TfL. In that light, do you think the government should help fund the Bakerloo line extension that would help us meet wider political priorities like house building in South East London?
Thank you. And if I may just start saying, Assembly Member Garrett felt duty-bound at the beginning. I feel duty-bound to point out that, of course, the Mayor does appear before the Assembly very regularly for 3 hours every month at least, and other Assembly sessions. And indeed this morning, he is attending the launch of an EV charging hub for commercial vehicles. So very relevant to the discussions that we're having today. Thank you for your question. And I mean, the point here, which Sir John has made brilliantly, is that it does require government investment to support major infrastructure, of which, of course, transport is no exception. And that support is being given to other city regions across England, and that we welcome, because it is incredibly important that they have the certainty to be able to plan beyond short-term financial cycles. And of course, all we ask is that London receive the same, that London gets the investment it needs in order to deliver on world-class transport systems. It's interesting that the other deals have been classed London style, because London doesn't have a London style deal, but we very much need one. And of course, if TfL is to deliver on its existing capital pledges, it needs an additional 475 million in the next financial year. So that is a very immediate need that we would ask of government.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel, and good morning, Deputy Mayor. I think that was the best excuse I've heard for the Mayor not turning up yet. We get one every while. There's one thing that hasn't been mentioned so far this morning. As somebody who spent most of my career in infrastructure, and it's the vision thing. You're going into the begging bowl at the end, Deputy Mayor, but before you have a begging bowl, you actually need a vision. And both the first two mayors, really, I don't think anybody on a cross-party basis would say otherwise. They had vision. Ken came up with the Olympics, and Boris the Elizabeth line. Is there one project that this mayor has actually championed over all other projects, Deputy Mayor? And if not, why not?
Well, from my perspective, from a transport perspective, I mean, the vision is front and centre of everything that we do. The delivery of 80% of all journeys by public and active transport by 2041 is a key plank, not just in delivering a sustainable future for our city, but a healthier future for our city, but is a model actually that other cities around the world look to adapt. It's no secret that we cannot continue with a situation where we travel around unsustainably, where we contribute to the denigration of the natural environment, and we must look for solutions that, frankly, have already been invented in order to improve the lives and quality of life and reduce our impact on the environment. So that's one issue that I'm very proud that this mayoralty is pushing forward. The second, of course, is putting us on the trajectory to zero injuries and deaths on our roads by 2040, and that is an incredibly important priority that we have. Something again that very few other cities started with, but are now copying. The direct vision standard, for example, for commercial vehicles is something that is being replicated now around the world because of the leading vision that this administration has put front and centre of its plans. That's saving lives day in, day out. So I'm sorry, I disagree. I think that there are important visionary aspects in what the Mayor is doing, and I'm very proud that to be leading a team that is ensuring that TfL is playing its part in doing that.
Well, I'm delighted you're so on message, but the exam question today, and perhaps my question wasn't clear enough, so I apologise. The question on the front of my paper says London's long-term infrastructure needs. So specifically in terms of infrastructure, new infrastructure, what is this Mayor actually trying to do in the infrastructure itself, the hard infrastructure, not the fluffy vision?
Well, I wouldn't describe vision as fluffy. It was the main pretext of your initial question. It's a very important point. You mentioned the Elizabeth line, and it's right that we credit different administrations, both mayoralties but also governments, for having stuck with that project. But it's also important to acknowledge that when this mayor came in, the state of the finances, the management of that project were in a very, very precarious position indeed. That was turned round, and we now have a situation where 1 in 6 of all rail journeys across the country take place on the Elizabeth line. It's an enormous success, and I'm not saying that this mayor should take credit for all of it. It is a cross-party, cross-administration effort, but I think we also need to acknowledge that the project was in a very, very difficult position when it started. Now, these kinds of big-ticket projects are difficult because they require so much coordination between so many different bodies and so much planning. But they are incredibly impactful in terms of their benefit to the economy, the ability to deliver on other priorities such as housing, and of course big priorities such as reducing carbon emissions. If 1 in 6 journeys are now taking place on a line that opened just 1 year ago, where we are looking at some £42 billion of economic benefit every single year from the investment that was put into that line. Just think what could be done if we had the vision from central government to support cities like London in delivering what London needs to do, which is build more infrastructure, the Bakerloo Line extension, Crossrail 2, West London Orbital, all of the other projects that we know are really important and really beneficial. We would not only find ourselves in a situation where London benefits, but of course we're then able to benefit the rest of the country by providing jobs in other parts such as Derby, where the Elizabeth Line trains are built, in Ballymena, where electric buses are built, and in other parts of the country where that supply chain is in desperate need of a pipeline of projects. That's why we need government support, not just for London, but for the country as a whole.
Well, I agree with much of that, particularly the last bit, because it actually came from, it was Boris that came up with those stats and figures, and your mayor has stolen them. But you haven't actually answered the specific question. Is there one project that you would champion? Because I'll move on to Sir John, because I'm not getting anywhere with the Deputy Mayor. So, Sir John, would you agree that if you actually focused on one project rather than several, and the Deputy Mayor did mention 3 projects at the end, you'll have a better success with government in terms of if there's a vision from the Mayor and there's one project you're focusing on, you're more likely to get that project over the line before we all die of old age?
There is a reality of major projects which one could either say is acceptable or unacceptable. I was involved in High Speed 1, the Channel Tunnel Rail Link. That, as a project, was, you could argue, very late in conception, given the fact that, as Mitterrand said when he came to London, I've sped across the plains of France and I've ambled through the orchards of Kent. That phrase in itself probably did more to drive the decision to actually go ahead with the Channel Tunnel rail link than anything else. We were, in a sense, shamed into it. And at the very top of government, that was then taken on board, and the things which had been talked about for 20 years suddenly started to become possible. Big projects always attract a lot of attention. They also attract an enormous amount of money. And they are under the spotlight, as we're seeing at the moment with HS2, and we saw towards the back end of the Elizabeth line, in a very considerable way. But that doesn't make them right in themselves. What one should be doing is looking at your city as a whole and saying, what is the right balance of infrastructure and transport that we need? That is not easy today, post-COVID. Where are we going to finish up in terms of the continuous debate which goes on between different employers, different organisations about how much of your working time is spent in the office and how much is spent at home? I don't know what the answer is to that yet. I, for one, hate hybrid meetings. And I'm sure many others have found the same challenge of a hybrid meeting. You know, it's almost better if everyone's at home than half are in the office and half are at home. But there are very many other benefits to being in the office. And but we don't know, and we've seen significant changes in passenger travel. That will affect the decisions not only of London, but every other city around the world, frankly, going forward as to what is the best type of transport, the best balance of transport. But it's likely to be largely, if you like, mass transit, public transport led in any significant city. When we've done surveys as the NIC into sort of smaller cities, the first thing that comes top of the list is I want to drive my car into the middle of the town and park it to go shopping. Number one priority. Which sort of says, oh, that's a challenge. Where does that sit with the wider considerations of cycling, walking, and all the other options that there might be, and how do you get the right quantity of bus service? In a city like London, we're very underground focused, inevitably. It's fantastic. We have one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world, underground system, I believe, in London. We also have a superb bus service in London. I use it every day almost, and why do I use it every day? Because I know there's a bus coming every 5 minutes, 8 minutes. If it was coming every half an hour, I wouldn't use it. And that's the challenge of where is that balance. So I'm not in favour of great big projects per se. They have their place sometimes within the wider sphere of our overall infrastructure challenges, but it can equally be a whole series of smaller projects which provide us with the solutions that we need in any major city. And in fact, when we're short of money as a country, as we are frankly at the moment and are likely to be, it may well be that we need to focus on smaller improvements, maintaining properly what we do have, and looking at how we can ease congestion, how we can ease traffic flows, how we can improve connectivity with a series of small projects, rather than believing that the answer to everything is going to be a £5 or £10 billion project. Sorry, that's a bit of a long answer.
Thank you, Sir John. You actually answered the question. Very last question, though, to you. Is there anything government, I'm sure my colleagues will ask this anyway, anything government or the Mayor should be really focused on that they're not at the moment? Is there one issue you think that we're not making progress, that we really need to make progress out of all the infrastructure that you could mention?
I've been saying for some time that the biggest challenge we face is energy. It's the most complex. And probably within the energy challenges, the biggest political challenge, frankly, at the end of the day, I suppose, is domestic heat. How do we move across the UK 25 million homes pretty well? 85% of them are on natural gas. There will come a point in time when they're not on natural gas. They're going to be on largely electricity. And how do we make that transition? How do we pay for that transition? How do we all afford that transition? How do we plan it? Extremely complex, not easy. Many people are examining and looking at that challenge in different sort of areas of government and local government, I know, at the moment. But for me, energy is the biggest challenge of all. How we get the right balance. Do we have nuclear? To what extent do we have nuclear? Etc. etc. They're all very big challenges, long-term decisions, and very complex. Frankly, much more difficult than deciding whether we're going to put down another 10 miles of road.
Thank you. I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Thank you very much. Can I just say thank you for the way that you answered those previous questions. I think it's very enlightening for everyone around this table, whatever party they belong to. Can I also say I want to thank you for the work that you've done on your commission, because I think it's a very important role that you have in advising and influencing the nation's infrastructure debate. And I think it's important for the future, given what you said, the background scenario about money and in terms of the challenges we face. So a reality check, really. So one of the issues here in London, you visited, I think, this building back in January and discussed a number of topics with the Mayor and his team. On some of those issues is about, it's not a question of picking one project, as someone said, but, you know, we have no choice. We have to work on a whole range of projects if we're going to be successful as a country. The particular problem in London is that some of our infrastructure, when we come, and you're right, we have an ability in London to pay for some of that infrastructure, but on some of those issues we could do more because it would make sense for the country because of the economic impact to the rest of the country, the benefit to the rest of the country about investing in London. Sometimes that's not taken into account. Is that what your commission will be thinking about in October, about how do we get the best bang for the bucks? What's the challenges we need to respond to now? Where are we pushing? What's the doors? What's the barriers that we need to overcome?
Well, thank you for the compliments, and indeed they should be shared in part by Phil Graham, who was the Chief Executive of the Commission for several years when it was first founded. The focus which we have in our challenge in this assessment was not to just sort of repeat what we did in 2018. So we, in a sense, we said, well, what do we see as the bigger challenges today, and should we have a careful look at those? And decarbonisation, particularly of heat, is one of those, and as decarbonisation of energy in part as well. In transport terms, we have looked particularly at urban stroke interurban, and we've recently published an advice note to the Department of Transport on what we saw as some of the interurban challenges across the country, where we tried to understand where the bottlenecks were across the country, in respect of the work that they're doing on their on what's called RIS3, the third settlement for Highways England. But as I say, we're particularly looking at the challenge of urban transport. And we're also particularly looking at resilience, because resilience of our infrastructure is, as we've seen many times in the last few years, critical, whether it's in terms of the impact of climate change on flood, on water, water supply, potential shortages, and so on. And also the role of digital, which is, somebody my age, the word didn't even exist probably 30 years ago. I can't avoid it today. It's just central to all infrastructure. It has a massive part to play, and it enables us to manage our systems. It gives us data. But of course the trouble with data is you finish up with so much, and then you've got to sort of dissemble it to make sensible use of it. But digital has a massive impact. So those are the sort of themes which we're looking at. Overall, what the government expects us to do is come up with infrastructure proposals and recommendations to them, which, one, ensure economic growth across the whole country, and of course the phrase levelling up tends to come within that, but let's just say economic growth across the whole country. But to do that whilst recognising the net zero obligations that as a country we have created for ourselves in legislation. And therefore that becomes a key factor within that. And then thirdly, the broader one, which I mentioned at the beginning today, which is to try and raise the quality of life for people across the country. So those are the three fundamentals which we have behind all of our work. As I say, in October we will, in a sense, be updating where we think the key challenges are and some of the solutions to those challenges. And I come back to, I suppose, the most challenging challenges are in the energy sector.
You said earlier on, in terms of response to a previous question about the challenges post-COVID, patterns of changing in work. Isn't one of the problems about our infrastructure funding, particularly in transport, is relying on the fare box and what we're saying? How best do we try and solve that dilemma around good infrastructure projects that make sense both for the region, not just London, it would be for the South East, but also for the UK PLC in terms of tax takes and everything else? When we're still working, you'll be moving on all those issues you just said, but someone in the Treasury is going to come back and think traditionally about that, and probably historical patterns in the past when it was fine to do that. It's probably not fine to put that as a major criteria now. It has to be part of it, I accept, I'm realistic. But is that one of the issues where you'll be pushing back on or challenging either us regionally to say, well, actually you need to make it clearer about what the impact is? What wouldn't you be doing if that continues to be the same, and why will that hold back UK PLC in your region?
Well, I mean, the question I think the theme underneath the question, in a sense, which you've just been putting, is how do we pay for the services, the infrastructure services that we have? And you know, I've said steadily for as long as I can remember, you know, there's only one answer to that: we do. And we can pay in two ways. We can either pay at the point of use as a consumer, in the same way as we do for the majority of our infrastructure in this country now. So we pay the private sector operators for our electricity, for our water, for our telecoms. I mean, as the NIC, and our energy, we have a fiscal remit within the NIC. It's roughly a maximum of 1.3% of GDP. 90% of that goes on transport. It fundamentally is used up in road and rail, roughly 50-50. The rest goes on flood defence. So those, and then some will go into subsidy. So, for example, in the rollout of full fibre, where the telecom companies say, well, it's not worth our while connecting Mrs. Smith in Northern Ayrshire up, or Southern Ayrshire, to the network, the government will say, well, we think it is worth it. Well, we want people to have an equal service, so we'll subsidise you to lay those fibre cables down to Mrs. Smith. In the same way, of course, as the government subsidises bus travel at the moment in this country, because if you're a bus operator, I mean, I think I remember a statistic from some years ago that the average number of people on the average bus in the country at any point in time is 4. Now that therefore means it is not economically viable for many private sector companies to operate a bus service. So if you want a bus service, then it's got to be paid for by the public sector, and that comes out of our taxes. So all of these issues are ones which I would argue, and pardon me if I get this wrong, we are sometimes not really honest enough with people about when we ask them to make their decisions about what is important to them in a political sense, and in fact how they're going to vote for one option or another. Not an option. These should be cross-party issues really at the end of the day, because these are long-term issues where we need to try and strike a sensible balance between what we pay for and recognise we have some control over. We can pay less for our computers and our iPhones just simply by using them less and not putting them on open access, as it were, all the time. We can pay less for our water if we care to use less. By and large, we don't, because we don't. Water's cheap relatively to other things which we use. It's. I'm philosophizing a bit here, sorry, but I find it interesting that we go out and pay £600 for a new phone, and then we complain about the fact that our water bill's gone up by £5. Which is more important to us at the end of the day? Well, we could survive without our mobile phone. We can't survive without water. But we have these relative values that we place on things, and I think and those of us who are involved in any way, either advising government or acting as government, local or national, it's very important that we try and get this debate out for the public in as honest and fair a way as we possibly can. They might not like it, but actually at the end of the day it is their money, and therefore they should be involved in understanding how that money can be spent and what the choices are. And if we want a rural bus network, then okay, you can have a rural bus network, but sorry guys, we've got to pay for it. And that's one of the consequences. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure whether I've answered your question or not, but I think these are very tricky issues, so we leave it at that.
Thank you for the way that you have answered the questions. I've run out of time. Thank you.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. I was just, firstly, before we start, I was surprised to hear we get 3+ hours with the Mayor every month, Seb. When does that happen?
It's Mayor's question time. I think there's one in 2 weeks, isn't there?
It's not 3+ hours, but if you want him to stay here for 3 hours, I think that is a good idea and you should put it to him. But it's not 3 hours, and we would love to have him for that long. Just carrying on, I think, from that comment about Sir John Armitt was making about public transport and buses. I think it's really apt to follow into this. And Sir John was talking about getting a bus every 5 to 10 minutes. That's not a reality for a lot of people where I live in London, and many in outer London as well. And so I wanted to talk to you particularly about the Superloop. And I hope you're quite familiar with it. Are you familiar with the X123?
You're gonna test my knowledge of all the Superloop routes. They are being probably be renumbered, so I'll have to plead ignorance on that particular route.
Okay, so the X123 route, that is the flagship policy announced, would be the Walthamstow, Ilford and Royal Victoria loop, section of the loop in the northeast. So that's a mitigation right to ULEZ, or it's to help mitigate the need.
Yeah, so obviously and there was a report, I think it was this week, that highlighted the higher dependency of outer Londoners on car use, which doesn't take a leap of imagination to work out why, because obviously the density of the network in outer London is a lot less. The range of options is far fewer than it is in central
absolutely,
London.
which is why I'm scratching my head as to why you've put in this X123 and the free stops are already within the ULEZ zone, which already exists at very well connected stops. I'm really confused. So you've got Walthamstow to Ilford, which would currently be 19 minutes drive, 28 minutes on the train. That's not a particularly off-putting amount to get public transport once you factor in parking and all the rest. That's the public transport offer in existence wouldn't put you off taking it. Walthamstow to Royal Victoria would be 42 minutes on the train as opposed to 31 minutes driving. And again, like I say, with traffic and parking, that wouldn't put you off taking public transport at this moment. But the section in the northeast that you've completely missed out, that is coming into the ULEZ, would be going from the upper end of Waltham Forest, the outer end of Redbridge, and into Havering. Havering's been completely left out of this, right? So if you're looking in there, in Chingford, to get to Fairlock would be an 18-minute drive. It would be 50 minutes on public transport. To get from Chingford to Romford would be a 30-minute drive, but it would take you between 1 hour and 10 minutes and 1 hour and 30 minutes on public transport. So the fact that these areas have been completely left out of any Superloop, the fact that they're not getting any buses, in fact in Havering they're being taken away, people are being completely screwed, and London's infrastructure is not being set up to help people get about London. And I think the very fact that this Superloop has been proposed within the already existing ULEZ boundary within already well-connected stops shows that you've completely misunderstood the need for public transport in outer London and the reason that people have to rely on their cars.
So it's a fair challenge, and you've made a very good point in support of the Superloop. And the argument for the creation of an orbital bus.
Do I need to go over it?
No, hang on. No. If I may answer the question. One of the deficiencies that we have in the transport system and network generally is that it is radial in nature in most cases. So there tend to be good links between central London and town centres in outer London. That's the way it's been planned. That's certainly the way the underground was obviously constructed over many years with different companies and different planning priorities and all the rest of it. And the same has been true of the bus network. So connecting town centres in outer London is very important, and the driving times versus public transport times that you give is a good illustration of why we need the Superloop.
I've just told you.
I'm just coming on to the route that you're talking about. So the Superloop consultations are being done in stages, and I think that the route that you are referring to, the one the northeastern section, that is due for consultation, I believe, in July, so next month. So the points that you make about the town centres that it currently emits, and we have to remember these are indicative maps that we have. They're not in any way cast iron, set in stone routes that means that's where the bus services will go. They are indicative, and they're indicative based on TfL planning as to what a reasonable and fast and efficient route on current roads would look like. So there is a certain amount of bus planning, and this is a technical issue that the planners at TfL are far more able to delve into than I am. But it's also balanced, obviously, with the need to connect some town centres that are currently outside the system. And I think you've given a good example of some of those that are at the moment. It's not a question of reducing, by the way, bus services in Havering. Bus services in Havering are not being reduced. But I think you make a strong point for Superloop connections to Havering. And by the way, I think it's not a question of this being the only orbital system that would ever be in place. This is the express service that the Mayor is launching as a way of improving connections between town centres. I think it could be the genesis for more, because I think it will show demand for town centre to town centre travel, which people will want to do by public transport. But we have to, as Sir John has pointed out, you can't do this all in one big go. You have to do it incrementally, and I think the Superloop will be a good way of demonstrating the deficiencies that we have in the current network.
But the ULEZ will be extended in August. So, and you're talking about a genesis that doesn't even touch the sides for those people that have no public transport options, and you are taking away 2 bus routes in Havering. So that is a reduction. So I don't understand how somebody drew this map up and thought this is a great idea, and now you're telling me that's a fair challenge. What sort of research went into putting this map together in the first place? I'm telling you it's completely wrong. You're saying it's a fair challenge. So then are you going to completely redo it before it goes out to consultation?
Well, no, a fair challenge means that the points you raise are the kind of points that I think any consultation would seek to receive. I mean, if you have you have examples of routes that you think should be served by the Superloop, then of course that should be part of the consultation. If you have constituents, for example, who are saying, I want the Superloop to go via this place, I want it to take that route, then please feed those into the consultation. That's what it's for. And what I'm saying is
I'm
the maps...
I'm telling you about an entirely different route, though, not an adaptation, a completely different route.
Yeah, sure. But when TfL plan a prospective route, they'll take several factors into account. They won't necessarily think of all of the considerations that local people will have in terms of the deficiencies that they have in their current service. They'll do their best, but that's why the consultations are there. The policy of having an orbital bus route is what the Mayor has announced, and that policy is a really important part of improving transport links in Outer London. But it's not just about ULEZ, of course, because, as we know, 9 out of every 10 cars on our roads are already compliant. Therefore, this is about...
Do you want to quantify that statement with the truth? Just because that's being looked into.
Yeah, by all means, look into it, but that is the truth.
No, so the truth is that due to the TfL have looked on average over cars picked up on their system and seen that 9 out of 10 cars on average were seen to be ULEZ compliant. That doesn't mean that every car driving on the road is 9.
No, but it means that on any average day, 9 out of 10 cars on the road.
So that's why I said, do you want to expand on that with the truth? It
sure.
is different.
Well, yeah, but I think you've just confirmed the figure, so thank you. On average, every day, the vehicles, 9 out of 10 vehicles driven on the roads are ULEZ compliant, so thank you for that.
On an average day, as picked up by TfL cameras in their selected...
Which is how the ULEZ will be applied. Which is the truth, but thanks. So this is about providing public transport options for a whole range of people, not obviously just people who drive non-ULEZ compliant cars. Though of course that is an important part of it. And in an ideal world, we would expand outer London bus networks at a stroke. But of course that requires two things. It requires investment, but also not a commitment from government to reduce costs, which is what we have under the current funding deal.
Can we go back to the Superloop? Because obviously, as things stand, when I look at in my area, by the time ULEZ comes out, we'll have absolutely no investment in public infrastructure. Will you at least go back and look at this Superloop on the X123 and make sure that it actually works, instead of being something that does nothing to change the attractiveness of public transport?
That's exactly what the consultation is for. So your representation here today, and you make it very well in terms of where you feel that the route is deficient. That is a very important part of this process. So yes, absolutely, all input into that consultation process will be considered to ensure that the Superloop serves the communities that it needs to serve as much as possible. But I reiterate, this is the birth of this. I think it will be the genesis for more orbital routes.
Thank you very much. Did any of the guests want a 5-minute comfort break, or shall we plough on? Yeah, I know. Let's 5 minutes. You can
leave whenever you like.
Yeah, we'll just suspend for five minutes and be back then. Thank you. And the next one is Assembly Member Cooper. I can't really go until she's arrived. Oh, didn't see her. Thank you for that. We'll recommence the meeting. The next question is from Assembly Member Cooper.
I'll even come back to my own seat now. Thanks very much. The break was completely unhelpful because I now have no idea where I am in any of my paperwork, but much appreciated, obviously. I wanted to ask Sir John Armitt a question, and if we could be brief, that would be really helpful. Nothing to do with fluffy projects. By the way, actually, I'll just reveal that Assemblymember Devenish recently acquired a dog, which is why I think he's slightly obsessed with fluffy projects at the moment.
Nice segue.
But I wanted to ask you if you actually think overall whether or not sufficient attention is paid to the journey towards net zero in all of our assessment of infrastructure projects. Are we really baking that in right from the off?
Yes.
You think we are? That's very succinct. In what way?
No, I think net zero and the reduction of carbon, taking into account climate change, etc., etc. I mean, I've spent half my life in the private sector and half of it in the public sector. And, if you're in the private sector these days, it is in the forefront to a large extent of your annual reporting as a company. You're expected to be addressing these issues. You will have your targets for trying to reduce your use of energy, your use of water, whatever else it might be as a corporate, and your shareholders expect you to be reporting on it. And of course you see the same thing for public sector organisations. So, I mean, it's an enormously difficult target.
I mean, absolutely.
And, the ability to meet it will be, time will tell. But, we don't just have billions of pounds to throw at it. We have the money we can afford as a nation. And we have to find the best way to spend that money in order to get ourselves towards that net zero target. And I think it is in the forefront of every organisation's mind these days.
I'm actually going to ask Phil Graham, thanks very much for that, Sir John. Do you think, for example, when we're talking about housing construction, are we sufficiently taking it into consideration? For example, do we consider embodied carbon enough when we're considering either retrofit or demolition and construction? And of course, one of the other problems with lots of demolition is you do end up with a lot of particulate matter in the air. 2019, 30% of all of London's particulate matter came from construction. But are we considering net zero in there enough?
I will try and be equally succinct and say once again, actually, I think yes. I think the London plan really builds this in very strongly, and I can never remember the order they come in, but the be clean, be green, be lean and be seen mechanism in the London plan is specifically designed at ensuring that planning decisions look at embodied carbon, look at energy efficiency, and look at energy supply within buildings developments. And then, and I think the be seen bit of it is the really important part of it, require developers who have secured permission to continue to report on the carbon performance of their buildings. So it looks at how the buildings perform in practice rather than simply in design. So I think it's really embedded very, very strongly within the London plan. So I think we are doing that. I think the bigger challenge for London is going to be how we respond to the need to decarbonise our existing building stock, rather on top of the work that we're already doing with new construction.
But we have still ended up with this situation where in West London we were being told that there was this issue for domestic dwellings and the grid because a lot of the electric supply was all going to data centres in West London. So I'm still not quite sure whether the infrastructure around housing is sufficiently being...
I think the challenge there is not one around the housing. The challenge around there is around the way in which the regulatory and the system and the electricity system structures operate around the provision, around how new capacity is allocated. So it's been about the fact that the electricity system operator has effectively operated a taxi rank system for the allocation of new capacity, and then a data centre you can book it early, but booking it early comes at a cost.
That's clearly going to be a problem going forward, isn't it?
Developers haven't done previously, and then a data centre comes along. So I mentioned in response to Assembly Member Garrett earlier the Infrastructure Coordination Service that the GLA hosts and runs, and we are working directly with the energy system operator and the Electricity Networks Association to look at capacity allocation, because they recognise that the acute problem has cropped up in West London, and we're doing some immediate mitigations to try and deal with that and to make sure housing developments can continue to come on stream. But the chronic problem is going to start cropping up in other parts of the capital and indeed other parts of the country as well.
And indeed, I hear there are some problems getting renewables connected, but I'm going to leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Phil, actually following on from the discussion you've been having with Assembly Members Garrett and Cooper. In your work looking at, you said you were working to build a local energy plan with authorities in West London. So with that work, and maybe more broadly, are you looking at all at sort of large-scale battery storage as a potential solution to build resilience into the grid?
I think those are inevitably going to be some of the kind of options that we are going to be looking at. I mean, I think it's going back to the work again that we did in the National Infrastructure Commission on smart energy. You know, as the grid decarbonises and as you move towards a greater use of intermittent sources of supply, the need to look at both storage mechanisms, but also critically flexibility mechanisms, are a huge part of this. I mean, if you don't have those kind of solutions, if you don't have those kind of solutions in place, then the sort of the supply problem that you're trying to deal with becomes enormous. I mean, I think it's important to say that with some of those big challenges we talk about, such as heat decarbonisation in buildings, it's not a question of simply transferring exactly the same level of demand from the gas grid to the electricity grid, because heat pumps, for example, are just so much more efficient than gas boilers. But the challenges are going to increase. So the need to look at all parts of the solution, storage, flexibility, and supply, is absolutely critical, and that will be part of the work that we do in West London. What conclusions of that will be, I don't know yet. It's too early to say.
Thank you. And actually, on battery storage, are you aware of any such projects that are live in London at the moment? You can come back to me.
I would have to come back to you on that one.
That's fine. Thank you. That's that. Moving on to another topic, but I think probably still sticking with you, Phil. London it's the UK's largest port. It's also a global hub for maritime services. What engagement do you have with the operators of London's ports, the users of those ports? What are their longer-term infrastructure needs, and how are you and the GLA and the Mayor working to resolve those needs?
I work a lot with Robin Mortimer, who's the Chief Executive of the Port of London Authority, and there is a group that brings together Transport for London with the PLA and the GLA, which meets on a regular basis, I think quarterly. We all have an aspiration, first of all, for the river to be a successful part of London's infrastructure, and we're doing some good work being led by the PLA, for example, on the use of the river for light freight, particularly as the markets move from the City of London out to Barking and Dagenham. There are real opportunities there if you can get the wharfs in central London in place and the onward journey mechanisms to work properly. So there's work we do with them on sort of the role of the river as infrastructure. They, like everyone else, it's been a key theme of this discussion, have important objectives around decarbonisation and improving their effect on improving air pollution. and we've been working with them on different forms of power supply, and so on. Safety is clearly critical. And then the final part of this, which I think they have an enormous interest in, is climate resilience and particularly flood risk. And we've touched on that already, but the PLA, alongside the GLA, have a really important role to play in the Thames Estuary 2100 programme in terms of ensuring that flood risk is both mitigated and managed.
So are they telling you that their biggest challenge moving forward is that climate piece, or is it the energy side? What would they say was their biggest challenge?
I think a little like John has said in response to some others, I don't think they would boil it down to a single biggest challenge. But I think if you go back and look at the strategy that the PLA published recently, I mean, I think the environmental challenge, whilst maintaining a successful port, is at the heart of what they're trying to achieve at the moment.
Thank you very much. Slightly previewing our Transport Committee meeting on river services next week. But that's enough for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the panel. My lead-off question is to either Phil or Ben. High-speed internet access is critical for London's businesses and residents. However, it has been reported that some parts of London have some of the worst full fibre coverage in the country. What are the reasons for this, and how can this be tackled? Perhaps if you would like to start off, Phil.
I have to go. I think I suspect, I don't know, the reasons for it historically are that laying new infrastructure in densely populated urban centres is complicated and expensive and causes disruption. And so with a relatively newly emerging technology such as full fibre, the companies have perhaps been inclined to start where it is easy to get the fibre in the ground, or where the commercial case is strongest. And the commercial case will be strongest in some parts of London, which are more prosperous, but not as strong in others. That's not acceptable in terms of the needs of Londoners and in terms of equality within London. So we are investing significant amounts of money to build upon the full fibre infrastructure that's been put in place through the deal that has recently been done with TfL, which doesn't just provide full fibre on the tube, but actually connects to all of TfL's infrastructure. So, bus depots, even bus stops, and so on in some cases, and that provides a core network that we can use to build out to what are currently poorly served parts of London, aiming to reach public buildings in the first instance, but through those public buildings you get closer to the people who need it, while also ensuring that public services can access the best possible infrastructure. So we are both funding that directly, but also funding coordination posts in the 4 sub-regional authorities to make sure that happens as effectively as possible.
Ben, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, just that it certainly emerged as one of the major challenges that different parts of London face. We, as part of the work we did to develop the framework, we talked to each of the sub-regions, and it's an issue in quite a few of the sub-regions. And partly it reflects, as Phil was saying, the relatively piecemeal way in which what was originally broadband infrastructure that we'll all remember. I remember living in Greenwich and seeing NTL, building their infrastructure. I was lucky, it happened to be close to my house, but a lot of other people didn't get that. So you end up with a situation where London has got quite patchy connectivity, and when you think about international comparisons, we're not as good as we could be in terms of digital connectivity, which is why it was one of the major pressures that emerged in the work we were doing, and clearly a big priority has got to be upgrading London digital connectivity, and the projects that Phil referred to are clearly going to be very important as part of that.
Okay. Phil, if I can come back to you again. So Citizens Advice has found that many people are cancelling their broadband, as 1 in 3 UK households had an issue affecting affording their communication services. What impact will the cost of living have on the Mayor's commitment to ensure that every Londoner has access to good connectivity, basic digital skills, and the devices support they need to be online by 2025?
Well, we are going to continue the work that I've been referring to roll out good connectivity. And also, I should also have mentioned that we're working with boroughs across the capital to make sure that way-leave agreements, effectively sort of small-scale planning agreements, are in place so that you can get fibre to social housing in particular as easily as possible. But the connectivity piece is only one part of the cost and the challenges to access to digital services. So we are also doing a lot of work on digital inclusion to ensure that recycled and reused devices are made available are easily available to those who need them, to ensure that the right digital skills are in place. And we will continue to work with kind of community fibre providers and so on to try and ensure that cost-effective packages are in place for those who need them. We don't have a simple answer to this, but we keep chipping away at it from all of the different angles.
Thank you. Time's against me, so if I could ask what you feel, and John, to write to me about the impact on London's economy of all the various measures to boost digital connectivity, the economic impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start with John Armitt and then go to John Kavanagh, if I may. In your 2016 report, Transport for a World City, it said Crossrail 2 should be taken forward as a priority, and you have reiterated that call since. 7 years on, do you still think that Crossrail 2 should be a priority? And I'm very interested in this because I represent Merton and Wandsworth down in the southwest, and my colleague who's with the Mayor this morning, Joanne McCartney, represents Enfield and Haringey and has the equal interest at the other end of the line. Microphone.
It is that it's not being taken forward by TfL. I think the last estimate of the cost I saw was greater than the Elizabeth line, and therefore I think realistically, whether we think in the long term this is going to be beneficial, it's unlikely to be taken forward in the short term. I think that's a realistic assessment of both the London's position and the government's position in terms of if we accept that probably the bulk of the finance will come from the government anyway. Yes, the more transport infrastructure we have is always desirable. But anybody looking at Crossrail 2 today would have to look at it in the background of trying to make judgments around the changing demand and pattern of demand as a consequence of post-COVID.
John, I just wondered, from the business perspective, given the success of the Elizabeth line and the vast number of passengers that are already using it, what's the thought from business about how successful Crossrail 2 might be? And although it has that upfront cost, surely it would attract enough travellers to pay for itself very briefly.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the way that we like to think about this in terms of the business perspective is that there is a direct, undeniable correlation between transport connectivity in London and businesses choosing to locate here, choosing to invest here, choosing to create jobs in the capital. And you can see that with the Elizabeth line and the ridership numbers that have sort of gone through the roof since that came online. And I think the case to make is that connectivity in London is not just sucked into London. It's not just that you can get from A to B quicker, you can get on the tube, you can get on the Elizabeth line, but that connectivity brings productivity benefits to our most productive city, and that those benefits are then spread out throughout the rest of the country through the levelling up agenda. Some of the things that Seb talked about in terms of the supply chains for TfL projects, for example, coming from all parts of the country. So we need to think about them not as kind of specific city-specific projects, this is a project for London, this is a project for Manchester, but more about the benefits that those projects can provide across the UK.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema.
Thank Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of you. My question, I actually wanted to say I have a lot of questions for Sir John Armitt, but I want to use the full breadth of the expert panel today. So my question is for the Deputy Mayor, Seb Dance, and it's to ask you what are the prospects of an expansion of Hall Farm Curve and train and tube connectivity between to and from Chingford?
Thank you. And if I could, indulge you and just add 30 seconds to Assemblymember Cooper's question, if I may, with the Chair's indulgence as well. I don't disagree with anything that's been said, but just to reassure everyone that TfL is ensuring that the routes are safeguarded, so that the planning process doesn't become a problem if we do solve the funding issues going forward. So that's just to put that out there. So the Hall Farm Curve is a railway link that was, I think, removed in the 70s. Obviously, there is a potential case to be made for additional rail links wherever previous or new, where they would add connectivity, and Hall Farm would be no exception. But there are a number of real problems to do with capacity, particularly at Stratford Station at the moment, where the station is already at full capacity. In fact, it was during the pandemic the busiest station in the country for quite a while, and clearly there will need to be additional investment from a variety of sources to ensure that were a connection at Hall Farm Curve to be restored, that platform capacity would be put in place. But that's clearly an issue also for Network Rail, who operate services in that part of the city. But clearly, as with all links, the key deficiency, I think, that we're all keen to point out and identify is that we do need more links between town centres in outer London. Obviously, that's why the Mayor announced the Superloop, but the Superloop is one of a basket of potential solutions and ideas that could be put forward in the future. But again, all of it's conditional on having the right funding environment, and that is the main stumbling block that we have at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And just to follow on from your responses to Assemblymember Cooper, some of the issues around feasibility and so on were in the past connected to Crossrail 2. So there clearly, this is something which has been under discussion for a number of years. There was work done, and my predecessor, Jeanette Arnold, announced, and she was part of the conversations to say that works would be completing at Hackney Down Station, and I raise that because it's a station which is part of making sure that there is some interchange and connectivity from people using the different branches of the overground to get from outer London to inner London as they go to work. So I just wonder what work, if any, I'm trying to kind of get to the bottom of this. I have a number of disabled constituents who contact me to say that when is that work going to happen? And I've had responses, or rather TfL have had responses from Network Rail to say that there are discussions happening, but I understand that the Access for All funding from DfT was there in 2019, and I just wonder if we can at least build out or begin to properly start works on the projects that we're committed to make sure that the network that we do have, there is connectivity so that we can look to things like the Superloop in the future and expanding bus routes. But in the meantime, for the people that are kind of trying to get around London, whether disabled or not, that they're able to access the whole breadth of the network.
Absolutely not. I'm very happy to. I mean, I think what we'll do is we'll follow up after this to make sure that the meetings that TfL have had. I'm not aware of the specific outcomes of the meetings on Hackney Downs, but we'll follow up and ensure that those conversations are taking place.
No, that would be really helpful. I think some of them predate both of us, so it'd be very helpful to have those conversations, but just to understand what is it's a pinch point, and it's a place which is really, really essential to those people that Assemblymember Best was talking about, who live in outer London, who are using the services that we do have, whilst we work on expanding services, be they bus or train.
One day we'll see the Hall Farm Curve. It's been going on for years and years and years. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all the panel. Seb, you've spoken a lot today about orbital routes, and I'm just wondering if we have an update on the progress of the West London orbital, and can you give any assurances that the project will be given the go-ahead?
The last part of your question I can answer very quickly. No, I can't give you the assurances on the simple reason that that we need the funding to go forward. I know I have heard at this committee, the plenary meeting earlier, the phrase begging bowl, and that's an unfortunate phrase for several reasons. It is a recognised, has been for successive governments since the 1930s, when London's transport services were first amalgamated, that central government support is required for the provision of capital services. Over the years, that has ebbed and flowed, and we've seen consequences of lack of investment in previous decades, 70s and 80s being a prime example of that. And in 2015, we saw the removal of the capital grant for TfL, which has significantly increased the dependency that TfL has on the fare box. I don't want to go through all the history of this, but obviously we know what happened in the last few years with the pandemic and the impact that that has had. So we are in a situation where TfL is having to fund not only its operational costs, which traditionally it has done through the fare box, but obviously recovering from the pandemic, that has been the key challenge. TfL believe they're on track to do that. But the capital spending is where the problem lies, and that's where the 475 million that I talked about earlier is required for the existing commitments. So I can't say with any confidence, unless we get a long-term settlement from central government, as has been the case in other city regions, which I think we all would support and call for. I can't say with any certainty that it could go ahead. But having said all of that, of course the discussions are taking place across the different bodies that are involved. There's the we're working with the West London Alliance, the London boroughs and Network Rail to develop the case for the scheme, which is of course using existing railway lines, which are currently utilised only by freight services. So it is one of the potentially easier schemes you can imagine certainly to be put in place. But as I say, everything is subject to that long-term funding agreement.
Yeah, it's really helpful. I happen to live just near there, and it does. If it does go ahead, it means that places like Brent Cross West, Cricklewood, Hendon, all these places are then hooked up to Old Oak Common. You've then got a huge transport infrastructure for the cost of bringing a freight line back into, well, I should say, into use for public transport. I'm just going to ask you, John, if you don't mind. We were talking earlier about the success of the Elizabeth line and the economic impact of opening that line, and so that the boom it's brought to London. It clearly shows that when we do invest in these large-scale infrastructure projects, how much capital is unleashed. I'm just wondering how important the West London orbital is to the economy of North West London and West London.
Thank you. I think it comes back to that original point around connectivity, and it is hugely important in terms of businesses being able to move people, goods around the city, being able to access talent pools, to be able to recruit from wider pools of talent for their businesses. But it comes back to, I think, to the kind of conversations that we've been having with Sir John and others around how do we get those moving, how do we fund and finance them, and the role of a potential devolution settlement in terms of actually giving London Government the powers that it needs to not only retain the revenue that it raises locally, but autonomy over how to invest that. And all of that sits behind getting these capital projects off the ground, because we need that for the future success of London as a city.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to address a question to Sir John, and just referring to another John Dickey from John Kavanagh's organisation, has stated that cutting back on HS2 is a false economy and it will lead to increased costs in the future. What are your observations on this?
Well, already have been that, yes, it's likely to increase the cost. I mean, I think this is a cash flow issue from government perspective. You know, I think the last time I said this publicly, I said, you know, having decided to build something, let's get on and build it. No, say no more.
Thank you. Thank you for that brief and succinct answer. Next, I think I'll turn to Deputy Mayor Seb Dance, because it's linked slightly to Assemblymember Clark's question, because in a response to a mayoral question to me in May 2023 on HS2, the mayor said it's imperative that the link to Euston is completed at the earliest opportunity. Without this, there are potentially serious implications for crowding on the Elizabeth line. Now, looking at the pressure that we're expecting now at Old Oak Common Station, which will be an interchange for HS2 and the Elizabeth line, and potentially the West London Orbital as well, how important is it, not just from an infrastructure point of view, but from a safety point of view now, that we accelerate plans for the West London Orbital?
Yeah, I think you're right to link it all, and I agree completely with Sir John in the sentiment that he gives in terms of building and completing HS2 in its entirety. At the moment, we have some 12 trains per hour on the Elizabeth line through that section, and if high-speed services from other parts of the country were to terminate at Old Oak Common, you can easily foresee a situation where overcrowding becomes a significant issue. We would need more trains, which in itself actually it could be a very positive thing in terms of supporting the jobs that I've talked about in Derby, where the trains are built. So there is a clear levelling up message here as well, bit of a silver lining to solve a problem that terminating at Old Oak Common would produce. But we know whatever happens at Old Oak Common will likely be the terminus for HS2 for a significant time. Obviously, the shorter that time is the better. So that additional capital requirement for trains on the Elizabeth line is already there. And of course, as part of that, we would ask government to support additional ways of relieving capacity at Old Oak Common, including the West London Orbital. I should point out that there is another outstanding issue to do with the lack of government funding for lowering the track bed at Old Oak Common to ensure that the station has level boarding access. I think it is frankly unthinkable that we would even contemplate constructing a station, let alone a terminus station, that doesn't have level boarding access.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. So my questions are going to be to Sir John, I'm afraid. I would love to bring in the rest of you, but I don't have time. So you've talked before with my colleagues about carbon impacts, and I assume that your upcoming review is going to look quite seriously at the contribution of investments across different sectors to government targets of net zero by 2050. Now, my interest is transport, and in London we also have our own target of net zero by 2030. So I'm very interested in the impact of infrastructure on things like the targets that we have that follow from that, like reducing traffic. We've got a traffic reduction target. We've also got a mode shift target. You know, how are the things in your review going to affect that? That's not my question. That's a rhetorical device. So I've been looking at this, which is your interim advice note on roads policy, which is drawing on things within the review. And I'm concerned because in that it talks about a strategic approach to road connectivity that takes into account local projects as well as strategic ones. But it doesn't talk about strategically looking at traffic and carbon impacts in the same kind of way. Can you talk to me about how you're taking into account our own local targets and the impacts of your recommendations on us? Oh, can you start again as well? Because, yeah.
The biggest driver of decarbonising transport is going to be electrification. And that's why we regularly press government about the rollout of EV charge points. There are very different estimates of how many we're going to need at the end of the day. But Society of Motor Traders has talked about 2.5 million. I think we have about 50,000 today. So that is what is going to decarbonise transport, fundamentally. And of course, there are two ways in which this can be tackled, if you like. There's the central direction from government, and then there is the local direction. And one of the things which I find interesting is that, of course, different cities set themselves different targets in this respect. And sometimes it's easier to make these, to have these targets and to drive these changes at a city level than it is at a national level. ULEZ is fundamentally about decarbonisation, isn't it? It's not about congestion. At the end of the day, the government has set a mandate for the sale of petrol and diesel cars for 2030. To get London to net zero by 2030, I think is ambitious, simply because there will still probably be at least 60% of the cars on the road in London will be petrol and diesel in 2030. These are behavioural issues for the public at the end of the day. You can set all the targets you like, but somehow behind that target there has got to be further mechanisms, whether they're standards or mandates, which in fact then influence the public's behaviour. Otherwise, the public will go their own way.
Can I come in on that point? Because I do disagree with your premise that decarbonising transport is about EVs. We've seen numerous studies coming forward, notably one that was published in Nature very recently, may not have fed into your review yet, that is super clear that London needs massive traffic reduction. And obviously I'm quite familiar with the work of National Highways, the road investment strategy. It's continuously adding new infrastructure such as the Lower Thames crossing, the widening of the M25. We've seen so many more more road capacity added by the roads investment strategy that seriously undermines that required reduction in traffic. And I'm hoping you can look at it again before you finally publish your review, I guess.
Well, I think you have to look at transport in the round, and of course, for a city, the movement of goods and people by whatever means is as important as simply saying, well, this is about cars or not about cars. The more you increase the availability and scale of public transport, the more that encourages people to get out of their cars. But I don't think it's not actually the job of the National Infrastructure Commission to say that in a particular city there should be, we should not have any private vehicle use because of the risk of decarbonisation. I think these are decisions for cities to take at a local level as to what particularly suits them. But as I say, if you set yourself a target, then you need to have the mechanisms which are going to enable you to deliver that target.
Well, I'm really hoping that your review, when it looks at transport infrastructure in the round, will recommend no new road capacity, and that the national roads policy shouldn't undermine cities that are trying to reduce car travel. But I can
assure you now that we will not be advocating no new roads.
I'm very disappointed to hear that, and we'll continue our work. I'm out of time now. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett.
Hello again. Just two quick things, Seb. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for letting us know where the Mayor was this morning, because he himself did not tell us. And in fact, the reason that I bring this up in the way that I do is because he doesn't even tell us yes or no. So the staff who organise these meetings send an email to his office saying, will you come along? And he doesn't even give them the courtesy of the reply, which is not your fault. I'm not holding you responsible, but this is the reason why I feel a bit peeved about it. And of course, it's how he earns the reputation, I suppose, that he does. The second point I wanted to bring up, a bit more substantively, was on this Superloop question. So we could grumble about how we have nothing in my constituency. We have already the one extant bit of Superloop, which, by the way, is once every half an hour. The bit that goes east, though, from there, from West Croydon round to Bromley and then to Bexley. I want to understand why it was that we have a route that goes from Croydon, Sutton, Kingston, Richmond, Hillingdon, out to Heathrow. Why it's in two bits going the other way. It's a much shorter distance, because one of the benefits is you get those intermediate journeys that are much quicker. What was the thinking behind not having a route all the way from West Croydon to Bexley?
Thank you, and appreciate your clarification on the first point. I am not privy to invitations or whatever, but my understanding was that there wasn't a formal invitation. But if that's not the case, we'll obviously look into that. So I would have to defer, I think, to the vastly superior minds than mine at the bus planning part of TfL. But the rationale for the length of the routes in most cases is to ensure reliable frequency on them. And you mentioned the X26, that's the extant route. Yes, it does run once every half hour, and it will the frequency will double when it becomes a Superloop route for the purposes that we've heard a lot about, which is that the frequency increases confidence and therefore ridership and so on. We know the arguments. So the rationale for the lengths of each section of the Superloop is predominantly to ensure that we maintain the frequency. Obviously, you have to take into account where the bus garages are, for example, and the availability of vehicles in certain routes by certain bus companies and so on and so forth. So that is my supposition on the rationale, but obviously TfL's bus planners will have a much more detailed response, which I can get to if that's...
I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now, Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I can turn to Caroline Sheridan from Thames Water. So, Caroline, the design of homes, there's clever devices that can capture rainwater and use that water, whether it's flushing a loo or watering a garden, and that can really reduce water usage, especially at scale. When we come to an updated London plan and a new environment strategy, can the Mayor do more to reduce the mains water that is used in Londoners' homes?
Thank you ever so much for the question, and I'm relieved that we're going to have a chance to talk about water within this meeting, because obviously water and water scarcity is a key requirement, certainly for the future of London. So yes is the answer, and at Thames Water we clearly have a responsibility to fix some of the issues we have with leakage and the aging condition of our infrastructure, and that is a part of protecting the scarcity of water. But a huge component part of it is how we as a society use and adopt water within the home. And having planning and regulation and building regulations around how people use, and businesses as well, use water in their homes will be hugely beneficial to the future challenge through water scarcity. So there's a lot of opportunity with new home and housing development within London to align these strategies, work together to really reduce our reliance on wholesome water for very day-to-day sort of activity that doesn't need that water quality. So certainly rainwater harvesting schemes, etc., would be incredibly welcome if we could continue to levy in that direction.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, good morning. Just a quick one to back up what my colleague was saying, Assembly Member Best, in regards to Havering and the Superloop. There isn't going to be no Superloop in Havering, and I can't understand why you wouldn't have one of the outer line boroughs in your orbital plan. You are going to be deleting 2 bus routes in Havering, so in fact, as a result of the expansion of ULEZ, there will be fewer opportunities for my residents to use public transport, but I think we are going to be discussing at a later stage. But the only thing I would ask you, and I certainly will be making a submission in relation to the consultation, can you please give me an assurance, because I know you're a decent chap, that you will actually take on board and listen to the consultation, that we won't have the fiasco that was the ULEZ consultation, which clearly said that the people in my region and Londoners did not want the expansion of the ULEZ, but that was completely ignored by your boss. I won't lay the blame on you for that. It was your boss who chose not to listen to the consultation, but will you give an undertaking that you will take on board and that you will listen to the consultation, because myself and my colleagues will be putting forward helpful suggestions.
I'm afraid.
Thank you.
You're out of time.
I can reply?
Yeah, go on.
there's no real time to reply. If I let that happen, or opens up the kind of chaos that you really don't want to envision. You can write to him. Thank you. What are you saying here?
Let him answer.
I just wondered if we could put the question to Seb about two things. First of all, the fact that the Mayor was asked and then was re-asked and re-asked and re-asked and indicated right from the first asking that he would be unable to come. So I wondered if Seb would accept my thanks for being able to be here on behalf of the Mayoralty this morning, and then perhaps he could actually answer Assemblymember Prince's question.
Thank you. Your thank you is appreciated. Thank you. Absolutely. We disagree on the ULEZ consultation. Obviously, I think there are. It's not a fair characterisation to say that the feedback was characterised in one way or the other. There's a lot of key information in there, including support for measures to address air pollution. But we'll disagree on that. In terms of will I and will TfL take into account? Absolutely, 100%. The consultation is there to ensure that the routes that have been planned on the basis of TfL's best estimation of frequency, support and bus availability and all the rest of it, that it takes into account the needs of communities along the route or near the route. So where it is feasible to put Superloop routes into communities that are in need of additional links, and those consultation responses are clear in that. Yes, absolutely, that will be taken into account.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Labour Group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost at the end. I'm gonna take a liberty here. Many of you have turned up and possibly anticipating questions which you could answer. Is there any burning issue that you feel we should know about that hasn't been covered in these questions? It's okay to say no. This is not an appraisal. Dr. King.
Sorry, all I would do is very briefly support a lot of what Sir John said about local decision making, about devolution, and the other thing that we are working on is how do we access private sector investment in areas like heat networks, and again we're working very closely with the GLA on that thinking.
Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, just to sort of build on that really, to say that my work as an economic consultant is with a lot of cities around the UK, and many of them say at the moment that they feel a concern that the country as a whole is being overly complacent about London. That in the sense that I think London's contribution to the UK is absolutely critical, but what we know is that productivity growth is slowing in London and has been for quite some while, and we can't afford to take for granted the level of growth that we've seen in London in the past. Infrastructure is critical to that, and London, having been at the beginning of the devolution journey in 1997, now finds itself towards the back of the queue, and I think it's really quite urgent that London has a new devolution and growth deal that gives it the investment resources and the ability to use the proceeds of future growth to invest in infrastructure, both to accelerate productivity growth and to in order to enable it to have a more sustainable and inclusive future.
Thank you. Ms. Sheridan, keep it quite brief, please, because already the Assembly members are, giving me devil eyes if I'm overextending this a little.
Okay, apologies, I'll keep it very brief. Just to build on my response to the previous question, and really as we set out, we talked about energy challenges, net zero challenges in the same vein, and we've sort of called about basic services, talking about essential, life essential services of water. And I think whilst we talk about energy and decarbonisation, if we could talk about water in the same vein due to the projections of water scarcity in the future, it would be really helpful to have rounded infrastructure investment conversations.
Thank you very much. And that being done, and I hope that was all right with Assembly members, we now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you for all your answers. The Assembly now has some further business to deal with, but please, you're free to leave with our appreciation and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Good. That was a nice touch, actually.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Do I need to extend it?
You could, Chair, because when we come back...
It will be after. Can I ask the Assembly to agree... I've just done that. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Yes. When are we doing the break?
Just after petitions, Chair.
Just after petitions. Can I ask the Assembly? Can I ask Assembly Member Desai to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. I submit this petition on behalf of the organizer, Martha Sedgwick, who was assisted by Abdi Mohammed, both local Bo residents. The petition has 149 local signatories. The prayer to the petition reads, "We petition the Mayor and Transport for London to urgently implement safety measures on the Bow roundabout to create a safer environment for pedestrians, cyclists and drivers. The roundabout is primarily designed for road traffic. It is a very busy crossing and there are regular instances of cars driving through red lights over pedestrian crossings. Overall, the roundabout feels unsafe for pedestrians using it, and road safety measures are urgently needed to communicate to drivers the roundabout is also a pedestrian zone. As new housing goes up and new schools open in the area, more and more people cross the roundabout for access to transport, schools, shops, and places of worship. It needs to feel safer for pedestrians, drivers, and cyclists. There are some 9 asks in the petition for TfL and the Mayor of London to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London and Transport for London for a response?
Noted and agreed.
Can I ask the Assembly Member Cooper to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
On the agenda, I hope. Yes, and the prayer for the petition is somewhat shorter, actually, than Assembly Member Desai. We demand step-free access at East Putney Station to increase accessibility for all those wishing to use it. It's got very steep steps that go up a very long way, and it's got more than 3,000 signatories. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London and Transport London for a response?
Noted and agreed.
We now come to the question of the adjournment. I would like to... there's been a number of proposals. I believe most groups were looking for an hour. The Conservative group were looking for half an hour. Do you want to go 3/4? Yeah. 3/4 of an hour? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will return, and I would like to propose the Assembly we now adjourn for 3/4 of an hour and return at
1:15 or 2 minutes.
1:15.
Martha Sedgwick is a really good community champion.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we start, I'd like to welcome the people who are being photographed at the back here, who are the campaign to keep the ENO in London. Welcome them to the Assembly Chamber. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes, the seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. So we'll go to the first motion, which is proposed in the name of Assembly Member Cooper. Assembly Member Cooper.
I'm pleased to move this motion on the installation of solar panels. As we all know, we're facing a climate emergency which is impacting on London just as it's impacting in Canada with wildfires and with the massive problems in the Arctic where ice is melting at a very rapid pace. So this calls for action on all fronts, including the need to generate clean energy to help us reduce our emissions, 40% of which come from our domestic dwellings. So we really need to do what we can to reduce emissions related to where we live. Now, an idea that was brought forward by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea to get more solar panels installed across the borough has been to reduce the bureaucracy around putting solar panels onto Grade 2 and Grade 2 star listed buildings. And of course Kensington and Chelsea probably has more than its fair share of listed buildings, but all boroughs across London and indeed everywhere across the country there will be Grade 2 and Grade 2 star listed buildings. And I'm really pleased to commend this initiative by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea to this Assembly, being the first council anywhere in the country to remove all the bureaucracy relating to it. In fact, over 4,000 listed buildings are to be found in Kensington and Chelsea. For example, in Wandsworth, whilst we have over 20 conservation areas, probably which also have strict controls over solar installations, we probably don't have as many individual listed buildings. The listed buildings in Kensington and Chelsea, 70% of them are within conservation areas. So it's a really important step forward because many people have found that approaching the planners has been either long and convoluted and has taken up a huge amount of officer time, and then in some cases has resulted in the installation being rejected. So this has made the path to getting the installations done and approving them much, much simpler, and it's therefore much more successful. Now, we all know that the solar industry has been struggling in recent years, unfortunately, since the cuts in the feed-in tariff, which previously incentivised homeowners to install solar PV on their roofs by paying them a slightly larger amount for the excess energy they generate to encourage people to put the panels up. This saw the number of installations drop dramatically, but this is why, in this context, the borough's decision to remove pretty much all the bureaucracy is to be absolutely welcomed, and I would really hope to see other London boroughs following the lead of Kensington and Chelsea, and I would commend this motion to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Devenish to second.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to second this motion. I should say, before I say these words, I hope the Labour Party have reselected A.M. Cooper in her constituency, because I'm going to say I agree with Leonie, and that probably won't do her career any good in the Labour Party. There's 2 points I really wanted to make, Chairman, on this. The first, I want to thank my Royal Borough colleagues, because they are a fantastic local authority. I work with them every single day. Particularly, the Cabinet member responsible was Johnny Thalassisis, is now Jem Kamali. You've done a great job. This doesn't just happen. Sweeping away bureaucracy takes time, and I know you've worked really hard with your excellent officers to make this happen. So thank you, and to Elizabeth Campbell, who's frankly one of the best borough leaders in the country. But my final point, I just want to pick up on Leonie's point, because I think one of the problems we do have with the green changes that we all need to do worldwide and in this country is they're all far too complicated. And if we can actually look at how we simplify things down so ordinary people can actually get a grip of things, we can get on with the green agenda that we all need to do. And PV panels on the roof, it's not rocket science. It really should have been done years ago, and I'm grateful that the Royal Borough are getting on with it. I'm hoping the Mayor, as we see from the Environment Committee, is going to get on with it more and more as well. Let's sweep away bureaucracy, and let's get on with making the changes we need, which is good for jobs, good for the environment, and good for all of us.
Thank you. Now move to Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, this is a great initiative, and I'm sure that other councils will follow suit. For example, we've seen already other councils doing as much as they can in other types of buildings. So Sutton Council have installed solar panels on its council buildings, generating over 180,000 kilowatts of power and saving up to £21,000 a year. Kingston Council have just completed a construction of 18 modern council homes, which will be serviced by solar panels. So the story of this must continue and carry on. But I do want to make a note of this, and I'm surprised that Assembly Member Devenish hasn't mentioned this, but Solar Together hasn't exactly been a great story for the Mayor of London, and we do need to make that point within this the discussions today. The Mayor himself has to take full responsibility of the failure of Solar Together, and particularly when it comes to the customer services. Trust has been broken, and I really hope that this approach that we're having with solar panels on Grade 2 listing buildings is, something that we all support. But we do need to make sure that we're working harder to make sure that all of London is able to take on board this amazing initiative for all their homes and buildings. And we've got people here from E&O who I know that would also want to make sure that their buildings as well, when it comes to theatres as well, are included in that initiative. And I'm really pleased to see that we are making sure that that is going to be part of the work that we're doing in the Environment Committee with Assembly Member Cooper. So the story doesn't have to end here. We need to continue working forward, making sure that we are including all aspects of London in part of this amazing movement towards solar power. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Assembly Member Cooper and Assembly Member Devenish for bringing the motion. I think it's absolutely right that we applaud Kensington and Chelsea Council for the changes that they've made. You'll probably recall that I've brought up at Mayor's Question Time in 2021 and probably before that as well, how far behind we are in London compared with other regions for installing solar panels. I talked to the Mayor at the time. I wanted a proper campaign from the Mayor, to be honest, really looking into how we can get as many solar panels as we can, having a campaign that's called Lend Us Your Roofs. That was my plan. Because you can put a solar panel on now, and if we want to later on, we can take it off again when there's something better to do. But there's absolutely no reason why all buildings shouldn't be as covered with as many solar panels as possible in this climate emergency. We haven't seen anything like that from the Mayor. The Deputy Mayor has commissioned some research looking at the barriers in conservation areas in different boroughs. It's really exposed the postcode lottery that there is across London. I know that she's held at least one meeting with boroughs, but we need something with a bit more oomph, and I'm really glad that we've got cross-party agreement on this today. I don't see why the motion shouldn't have gone higher to grade 1 buildings and lower down into the conservation area issues, but there's no reason not to vote for it. Now, we need that big vision. We need to lend all our roofs to the climate emergency, and it is baffling to me why we aren't doing it already here in London.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to welcome the contributions from Assembly Members Devenish, Bakari and Berry to this debate. And actually, it would have been interesting to have seen an amendment to the basis of the motion, which was originally probably focusing on grade 2 and grade 2 star, because that's what Kensington and Chelsea have started with. And I think if it is successful, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be, spreading it out to other boroughs, but then also looking at conservation areas and potentially grade 1 listed buildings as well, I think are areas that could very much be considered going into the future. But I do think the need to press on at pace with solar across as many viable rooftops in the domestic setting as possible is absolutely critical. And I think the points that Assemblymember Bakari made about the recent failures relating to solar together, with the Wave 5, one of the 3 installers, having proved to be completely insufficient and indeed has now gone into receivership. And I think that has really dented confidence, and I think that's a real shame that that has happened, because we had several smaller waves that have gradually been increasing the number. And I think the principle of Solar Together, a reverse auction where you ask contractors to bid to do the works efficiently, effectively and at a good price, I think that in itself is something that we would all support. But something has gone terribly wrong with Get UK, and they should never have been put on to Wave 5, because I think some of the issues had emerged at the end of Wave 4. And I know that this has been looked at through a number of committees, and we'll certainly be coming back to this again at the next meeting of the Environment Committee, where both iChooser, who were specifically responsible for the choice of the contractors, and also the Deputy Mayor will be coming to explain to us exactly what the position is. And I think it's really important that we re-establish that trust, because this motion is all about increasing the number of rooftops with solar on them as quickly and as plentifully as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour, please indicate.
No. That is unanimous.
It looks
Chair.
unanimous to me. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next motion, which is entitled Levelling Down London's Arts and Culture, and that will be proposed by Assemblymember McCartney.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm rising to bring this motion today following the decision to move the English National Opera's primary base out of London. And I'm pleased to say we have workers at the English National Opera joining us today, and we've had the pleasure of talking to them outside and to get an understanding of how this decision will impact their lives. And I think it's important that they see that London Assembly members are standing up for them, culture in the capital, and also their jobs. Access to arts and culture is important for Londoners and for our economy. Culture is part of what makes our city great, and it enriches all our lives. And there are also great economic benefits too. 1 in 6 jobs in the capital are employed in the cultural sector. Our cultural offering is why 4 out of 5 tourists come and visit our city. And we are concerned and we object to the Arts Council's decision, following instruction from government, to reduce its overall current investment in the national portfolio in London by £24 million per year, which has led to this current situation. We, of course, support investment outside the capital, and we note that in our motion that ENO actually has played a part in that in the past by establishing Opera North. But this shouldn't be a race to the bottom. Sufficient funding should be provided to the rest of the UK without levelling down the capital. And moving ENO's primary base out of London will have an impact on our regional economy and a profound impact for those working at the English National Opera and who are unable to relocate. The English National Opera is also unique in the way it delivers for its audiences. It is affordable and it attracts a more diverse audience than perhaps would otherwise be the case. And so that's why we've been working with Equity, who are here today and represent the workers in this motion, along with the Musicians' Union and BEC2. Now, the motion calls for the primary base of the English National Opera to remain in London and to protect the jobs of these Londoners. And we call on the Mayor to write to the Arts Council to urge them not to remove this significant cultural institution in London. And I know the Mayor has already been standing up for these workers and the institution. We also ask that the Secretary of State for Culture provides the necessary funding to keep the English National Opera's primary base here in London and to ensure that levelling up is not at the expense of cultural offerings in London or the jobs of Londoners. We cannot have a strong UK economy without a strong London economy. And that's one of the reasons why it's vital that the English National Opera remains in London. And I do hope that every Assembly member is going to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Assembly Member Clark to second, please?
You could. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to second this motion today, and I would like to highlight the opportunities that would be lost should the ENO relocate out of London. In addition to the £58 billion culture brings to London's economy, access to culture makes people healthier and happier. It enlivens all of our lives, and I think all of us, part of the reason we all love London so much is because of the cultural offer. Part of the Mayor's vision for culture in London is to make culture accessible. A lot of this is down to being sure that people can move about London freely. We have things like the Zip card for young people, and it's really important that people have access to our cultural institutions. But this cannot be done if significant cultural institutions are moved out of London. The ENO have a proud history of making opera affordable and accessible to all audiences. They provide free or discounted tickets for the under 35s, and for disabled audience members, they provide half-price tickets, priority booking, and necessary adjustments to ensure full participation. And relaxed performances for those who might normally find it challenging to access the theatre. The relocation would limit these opportunities for Londoners, removing culture from those less able or less likely to access it. The Arts Council need to ensure that funding changes do not result in any negative impact to Londoners, and that a full programme of offers and events at affordable prices remain at the ENO in London. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. Back in February 2022, the former Secretary of State for DCMS instructed Arts Council England to make a reduction of £24 million per annum, as we've already heard, in the budget for national portfolio organisation investment in London. So places like the ENO were always going to be in the firing line to meet that political objective of £24 million cuts to London. And nobody doubts the excellence of ENO, nor that it fully meets the criteria for funding, unlike most organisations. The issue is clearly just that it's located in our capital city. And, levelling up should not be at the expense of London, as we say time and time again here. And I wrote to the then Secretary of State back in December 22, having met with ENO, I asked her to work with the Arts Council to reverse the decision and also to support their requests, including, very sensibly, a strategic review of opera provision, so that decisions on the future of the sector are informed and driven by data and research. I eventually received a reply at the end of May from Lord Parkinson, effectively washing his hands and saying saving decisions on funding are a matter for the Arts Council. Absolutely unbelievable. And, absolutely, we support the idea of greater cultural offerings all around this country. It's really important. But the ENO is a respected institution of nearly 100 years standing. It has a huge programme around the country, including, you may have heard only this week, their COVID programme, absolutely fantastic, been in the news this week, helping so many people across the country, linking with lots of NHS institutions. As a result of political pressure, the ENO is threatened and it's being forced to move its main base out of London. This is absolutely wrong and unacceptable, and we fully support the motion today and hope that the government will see sense and the ENO can remain in London.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. As an ex-theatre actor, arts and culture is absolutely in my DNA and in my blood. But as Assembly Member McCartney said, we need art to be accessible for everyone. And the ENO demonstrate a good example of where you make things affordable and you include diverse communities, the difference that can make to those communities. Assemblymember Clark and Assemblymember Pigeon have also articulated really well how levelling up the rest of the country cannot be levelling down London. Now, as an ex-actor, I know the value of arts and culture in communities, to be able to tell stories, to be able to create narratives, to be able to communicate effectively and authentically. And I think when we look at the media, we know as a Green Party, for instance, that the media often tell very narrow narratives. And art and culture is a way of telling different narratives, different stories that desperately need to be told in this country. So if we take the cost of living crisis, for instance, of a so-called cost of living crisis, we know this is really an inequality crisis. It's not a cost of living crisis for the 1%, the super rich. So when the government try to pit arts organisation versus arts organisation or against the Arts Council, we know we need to reject this narrative. There is plenty of money to be able to make sure that we support culture everywhere. It is about your political priorities, and arts and culture can never be a nice to have. It is vital for the lifeblood of communities to look back at our history and to know where we've come from and to look to the future and imagine where we can go. You being here today is a very tangible example of how there can be no job losses, and we stand with you in absolute solidarity. So thank you for bringing this motion, and the Green Party will be supporting it. Thank you.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to briefly add how fantastic it is whenever we have members and Londoners come and engage with us in the gallery. So a big thank you to Equity and Musician Union members for coming out and showing us the strength of your campaign. I know Assemblymember Baker was really excited about bringing this motion to the Labour group in order for us to discuss it here at the Assembly. And I just wanted to speak briefly because I think it was last year or the year before I was speaking to Paul Fleming, the General Secretary of Equity, and I know that the Deputy General Secretary Hillary is here with us today as well. And he was sort of saying that as we come out of the pandemic, that cultural arts will be at the forefront of the economic recovery for London, and as London's economy recovers, the country's economy will recover. So I really just wanted to emphasise, not only is it essential for wider economic recovery of the country, but also in terms of mental health, and I think that's part of what he was discussing, which is the arts and the culture give people a space to connect and reconnect with themselves as well as others around them. So it's absolutely essential as we continue to recover from the pandemic. And I think retaining the ENO in London will be an essential part of that and benefit not just Londoners, but the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak from the chair, if possible. I half wanted to oppose this motion, if only to get some really tuneful heckling from the public gallery. But I'm not going to. And former Assembly member Sir Bob Neal, who he was an Assembly member before his demotion to being a member of Parliament. Poor thing. He always spoke up very strongly for the arts in London, and that we play around with this centre of excellence at our peril. And much as the government does have challenges in terms of the distribution of art funding, around the country, it shouldn't, while it faces those challenges and confronts those challenges, destroy what it's already got. And it's very much, he's been very persuasive, and he's very much persuaded me, Bob, that to effectively remove 300 skilled jobs from what is an excellent industry and an excellent export for this country is just counterproductive. And so certainly I shall be supporting this motion and ask the Arts Council to rethink the way in which they allocate funding. But you don't chuck the baby out with the bathwater. Any other contributions? I'd like now to go to Assembly Member McCartney to sum up, please.
Thank you. Can I thank all Assembly members today for their contributions? And I think we have demonstrated where we think the English National Opera, that it is important. It's important to our city, and we will stand up for you as best as we can. So by passing this motion, we will be taking certain actions. I have to say, Andrew, it's not just the Arts Council though that we have to persuade. I think it's also government. And if we can get the government to reconsider as well, that will make the Arts Council's job a little easier. So can I just thank everybody and thank members of the English National Opera for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I therefore ask all those in favour of the motion, please indicate? That looks unanimous.
Not quite sure.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it wasn't. It is unanimous. Sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you. That is passed. Thank you very much, and thank you. And thank you to the public gallery for being so well behaved as well. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the next motion, which concerns the Renters Reform Bill, and I'd like to call on Assembly Member Moema to propose the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just looking, as we were starting, at the number of questions I've asked about regulation and reform of the private rented sector since I joined almost 3 years ago, and I wonder what will happen. I had hoped to not be moving on to other topics after the passing of the Renters Reform Bill, which is, of course, very, very welcome. But I just want to speak to some of the things that I think we should continue to push for from the current Home Secretary of State, Michael Gove, and any future government. And I hope my job will be easier if that is a Labour government in the next year or so. So I just wanted to say that, yes, I do welcome the passing of the bill, and we've finally seen, after 4 Prime Ministers, a ban on no-fault evictions, Section 21. And this, however, comes in the middle of the cost of living crisis, where in the private rented sector there has been an affordability crisis for many, many years, if not decades. And I want to just kind of draw the Assembly's attention to the fact that the bill doesn't cover really important issues for private renters, like longer tenancies. That's something which is so fundamental. I think we'll keep coming back to this, but unlike those in owner occupation or in the social sector, the longer tenancies that we have, the longer tenancies that those people have, they're kind of indefinite tenure, is really, really important for stability. I think what's really important, though, is the balancing of the protections that tenants have against the, perfectly valid concerns that landlords have, and my concern is around affordability. So while it does end no-fault evictions, the bill doesn't give protections to tenants from landlords who decide to increase the rents up to a point where a tenant has no choice but to move, because there still is no cap or cost control. So of course I'm really keen that we continue to focus on devolving powers to the Mayor of London and to introduce a London-specific private renters commission, so that we can establish with tenants and with landlords a specific rent control to protect the third of Londoners who live in that sector. The final thing I want to end on is the lost opportunity to extend the decent home standard to the private rented sector. We know awful situations like the death of Awab Ishaq and the measures that boroughs across the capital are taking to deal with poor standards in their own accommodation. There isn't even the compulsion on a landlord in the private rented sector to do anything similar, and so with that I welcome the bill. I think there's so much more to do, and the specifics of our capital city really welcome working with members of this Assembly to continue to push for those changes.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Other Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm giving my full support to this motion, and the Greens will vote for it. It's really encouraging that we are, in London at least, so aligned on this point and asking for the improvements in the bill that we've waited such a long time for to give us the powers that we need to really do something about rents. I mean, rents in London, they've just been going up and up and up and up since I've been an Assembly member, and it took me a very long time to get the mayor behind this. I've got, I've just been checking again. November 2018, I'm still there saying to the mayor, we need to be asking for these powers for London, and he's being very defeatist about it. And then as the year turned, he came around, and since then, the mayor has been very, very strong on this. The Assembly has continued to discuss these issues in lots of detail in the Housing Committee, and I think passing this motion today would be a really, really good way to put pressure on the current government, and as Assembly Member Moema said, any potential future government. And if that is a Labour government, they need to hear this from Londoners now, because at the moment this is not Labour policy nationally, but it should be, and we should pass this today to put that proper pressure on them from the people most affected, which is at the moment Londoners and others in big cities who face these rent increases and cannot simply afford to live right now unless we get some sort of rent control in place. So I hope we'll all vote for this today and be a really united voice in London for renters.
Any other contributions? Assembly Member Garrett.
Microphone on. I think a lot of the issues being raised around housing are valid. Just to cut to the chase, we will not be supporting this motion, principally because of the inclusion of support for rent controls, which I'll come back to in just a moment. I mean, part of my constituency, 2/3 of it, I suppose, is Croydon, where the new Conservative mayor is picking up the pieces on housing from the previous Labour administration. Regina Road, which some of you may have seen making the national news as a frankly extraordinary example of appalling quality housing, which was neglected and allowed to fester, literally and figuratively, under the Labour administration, is now being fixed by Mayor Perry's Conservative administration. So I think it might be worth just bearing in mind that Labour has no monopoly on speaking from the moral high ground on housing issues. Just on rent control, though, just very briefly to recap, the problem with rent control is that it sounds very nice. It's classic populist politics in the sense that why would anyone object to prices of housing, which is most people's biggest single cost? Why would anyone object to that being fixed? The problem with it, like so many other populist political ideas, is that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It restricts the supply and ultimately makes the problem worse. Everywhere where it has been tried, it doesn't work. The mayor knows that it doesn't work. This is why he never has a specific proposal on it. He just waffles vaguely. Labour nationally know that it doesn't work, which is why I will give them credit for not giving the mayor the support that he constantly harps on about from the Conservative government. Labour nationally are not offering that either, and that's because they know it doesn't work. Everyone knows that it doesn't work. Everyone who has looked into it knows that it doesn't work, and I really wish those people who keep talking about it would either do some research or just accept that the solution to our housing problem is not price controls. Thank you, Chair.
Well said.
God, I hate being impartial. I can't say anything, can I? Assemblymember Sheikh, do you want to exercise your right to reply?
I do, Chair. Thank you very much to Assemblymember Moema for bringing this important motion, and Assemblymember Berry for speaking on it and bringing one on it last year. We discussed this last year, and we basically talked about the fact that this is 4 years in now since we were promised this by a Conservative government. And actually the delays to this bill led to an increase in homelessness over winter. And you're right, Labour doesn't have the monopoly on talking about housing, Assemblyman Garrett, but actually the housing crisis hasn't come about in a bubble. It's come about from consecutive governments failing on housing policy repeatedly. So that is the context, and that is the context in which we finally have a 4-year delayed bill that demonstrates the dysfunctionality of this government and the way that it handles really important policy areas. So now that we finally have this bill before us, we're really grateful that Senator Moema has actually laid out important mitigations that are required to make sure that, again, dysfunctional governance doesn't continue, as this government has repeatedly demonstrated it's got a bit too complacent and used to enacting. We need to see stronger proposals that encourage longer-term tenancies. We also need to see stronger mitigations so that we don't see last-minute floods of evictions before this bill is enacted. And on this particular point around it doesn't work, and this is populist talking, I mean, Senator Garrett, I didn't hear a single piece of evidence in your speech. If you want to talk about populism and you want to talk about bold ideas, I think next time you stand up and say something doesn't work, put some facts and some figures and some stats in your speech, and I think people might take you a little bit more seriously, because actually where we've seen rent freezes, whether that's Berlin or Scotland, actually it's been successful. And actually if you look at your email inbox, I hope you get messages and emails from Londoners that say that actually the escalating cost of rent is causing mental health crisis, is increasing homelessness, and actually we need to intervene in a housing crisis that your party created through consecutive failed housing policy from this government. So I'm really pleased we finally have a bill on the table. I really hope the government is listening in terms of important mitigations we need to go forward, and crucially we need powers devolved for London so that we can enact essential rent freezes. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Moema to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will just really briefly just respond to the points that you raised in your speech around why rent controls would not work. I mean, I would say that I have spoken to not just tenants but landlords, of both those landlords who may own 1 or 2 properties right through to landlords who have hundreds of properties in their portfolios and operate large businesses across not just London but other parts of England, to reassure you that this is not from an idealistic perspective. It's from a very pragmatic looking at what are the impacts not just on the tenants but also what happens in terms of those that are supplying what is essentially an asset and the home. And I can reassure you, I want to reassure the Assembly that with some more work, the points I've outlined, with some more work around this bill, which is a missed opportunity, we could make sure that landlords are able to protect and invest in their assets, knowing that they will continue to have an income stream from long-standing tenants. There will be enough in the system to make sure that new homes can continue to be built, because this is alongside the social housing that we need. And tenants will have that security of tenure. As Assemblymember Sheikh said, we receive mail on a regular basis to say the rent has gone up to by £500, £600. What can I do? The answer there is none. And so absolutely, it is absolutely essential that this is resolved. And just with that logic, though, we would have a situation where those owner-occupiers whose mortgage fixes are coming to an end, we would just wash our hands of it and do nothing. The answer is not to do nothing. The answer is to look at the here and now and develop solutions specifically for our capital, which is why we continue to specifically call for London-specific rent control, as the Mayor did in his manifesto. And that commission, we really welcome it being established, and we want to continue to work with the relationship that we have established between City Hall and the DLUC to make sure that that happens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against. Chair, that's carried.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. And we spent the morning talking about infrastructure, and here we're talking about a specific project. Since 2001, East London has been the fastest growing area in the UK. 210,000 new homes, 350,000 new jobs, and that's expected to continue. LLDC has commitments by 2036 for 33,000 new homes, 40,000 new jobs, and East Bank will add more on top of that with huge numbers of additional visitors forecast. And the UK government estimates the population of East London will grow by 500,000 people over the next 20 years. But new developments need transport infrastructure, as we heard only this morning, to reach their potential. Usage of Stratford Station is the fastest growing in the UK, and we heard from the Deputy Mayor this morning, the busiest station in the pandemic. Extraordinary. And Assembly Member Desai and I went on a visit to the Olympic Park, talked to people there and looked at the exciting plans they have for Stratford Station. Figures from 2006 show 40 million figures for rail and tube passengers. By 2019, it was up to 128 million passengers a year going through that station, and they expect it to grow further, a 60% further growth by 2041. Stratford cannot carry on as it is as a station. It has UK-wide and international significance too in terms of the economic output from the area. The station serves 25 boroughs, in fact. It accounts for huge numbers of journeys, 1 in 5 going into Liverpool Street, huge numbers to Canary Wharf. It's an important freight route as well and connects to many of our airports. But overcrowding on platforms and the station subways, it's led to temporary closures. It will become the norm if nothing is done. Now, LLDC, we're going to have to slightly tweak, we have warned everyone, the wording from recently submitted to anticipated strategic outline business case. It's not quite been submitted yet, despite we had assurances it would be by now. It is about to be submitted. But that outline business case for the redevelopment of Stratford Station and the surrounding area is just so important. Working with Newham, Network Rail and TfL, and I really hope the Assembly and the Mayor can get behind this plan, which will enable more homes to be built there, but completely transform that station to make it fully accessible, connecting all of the lines and dealing with the real issue of huge growth and the success story that is Stratford. So I move this motion, and I'm delighted Assembly Member Desai will be seconding it.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that the words recently submitted are going to be changed to anticipated? Thank you. To second, Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, just under 5 years ago, I produced a report about London moving east. And in it I said, with the Elizabeth Line's anticipated arrival in Stratford, we have a fantastic opportunity not only to be better connected with central London, but to bring more Londoners east. Well, the Elizabeth Line is now open, and the latest figures show 1 in 6 of every rail journey in the country is on the Elizabeth Line. Before it opened in May 2022, Stratford was the 5th busiest of rail stations in the UK, with over 28 million passengers, and the 6th busiest for interchanges at over 3 million per year. Although pre-pandemic, 42 million people used the rail station. I should add that when I first used Stratford Station around 1980, there was only 2 platforms, Central Line, East and Westbound. Shows you how times have changed. Over 62 million people use the Elizabeth Line, and there's only going to increase now that full end-to-end running was introduced last month. Stratford also boasts the 6th busiest tube station and the busiest bus station in London. London is moving east, and that is why it's so important that the station is redeveloped so it can reliably serve everyone who wants to use it for decades to come. Work has recently started new entrance to the station from the Carpenter's estate, but much more needs to be done. The business case includes infilling across congested platforms to provide additional space, rationalizing the gate line within the southern concourse to allow far more efficient pedestrian flow in and out of the station, and building a new southeastern entrance to connect to the underutilized eastern subway. The government needs to support the development of Stratford as it moves towards being the busiest station in the country and as London moves east. Finally, Chair, can I say I should say this beginning, I'm proud to second this motion, pleased to second this motion, not just because Stratford is my constituency, but it gives me a chance, which I may not get later in the months to come, to pay tribute to all the work that Assembly Member Pigeon has done around not just transport issues, whilst you've been Assembly Member, but on many other fronts as well, Caroline. So that's why it's a pleasure to second this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. Anyone that is from the eastern part of London will see nothing more transformative than how Stratford has changed since the Olympic legacy, and even beforehand. It's now a centre where you have the Queen Elizabeth Park, the Velodrome, Westfield Shopping Centre, the Copper Box, and the home of, I'll say for Assembly Member Prince, the European Conference champions, West Ham. And as well, a massive now growing office population as well. And as well, this is before we come on to the massive growth in housing. And for all these reasons, it is imperative now that we do see that extension to the station. The only thing that I could see that would diminish the growth in Stratford is if we were to say bring in something like rent controls on that population there, because we've seen what that does, and that in Stratford that might have an effect, such as in Berlin, where when they brought in rent controls, within a year the number of apartments available fell by 41% and demand went up by 172%, whereby other cities in Germany supply was increasing. In March 2021, Berlin's rent control policy was declared unconstitutional and overturned. In Stockholm, the average waiting time for a rent control property is now 9 years. In Venezuela, the number of properties available for rent fell by 72% between 2010 and 2012 following the introduction of rent controls. And the research by our very own GLA showed that if we were to bring in rent controls in London, then the number of homes available to rent in London in some cases fell by 62% by 2025. So if we don't shoot ourselves in the foot and bring in something like rent controls, constrict the market and force people out of London, then we absolutely need a new station and improvements at Stratford.
That was a very brave attempt. Can I? Yeah. I don't know. I think possibly we do need to be reminded occasionally that we need to keep to the point of the motion, but
that was my original speech.
There was a link. Assembly Member Pigeon to sum up.
I don't think I can follow that, really. Thank you for your support and your kind words.
Okay. Can I therefore put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour, please.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
That looks... Yeah. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. The next motion is about removal of housing protections from asylum seekers. The proposer is Assembly Member Moema.
Okay, my first opening comment does relate to housing, and it's about Cruella Braverman's prison ships, which are popping up all over London and other parts of the country. But I want to make the serious point about asylum seekers and the way in which they're housed, and just to really ask for your support here in supporting this motion. So we have here in London a really proud history of welcoming refugees and asylum seekers to the capital, and they have, like my own family when they arrived here in the 70s, have made a huge contribution to London. And this goes all the way back to the 17th century, from the Huguenots onwards. We also have, more recently, we've welcomed Ukrainians who are fleeing persecution and through the Homes for Ukraine scheme, the Afghan refugee settlement scheme, and we have had criticisms, mainly but not exclusively from this side of the chamber, about that, but about the efficacy of that programme. But the principle remains that where we are able to provide homes and properly settle asylum seekers in the capital, we do so, and we do so proudly. But more importantly, we make sure that those people that come to our capital have decent places to live, and they and so I'm really sad to see that the government's plans to exempt landlords who let to asylum seekers from HMO licensing are really, really dangerous. They set an awful precedent, and I think it really just brings to the fore some of the cruelty and the second-class view that that those setting the rules nationally at the moment have of asylum seekers. So this two-tier system means that some people, some Londoners, will be worthy of protection and others will not be. And we can also, look at what's happened when housing safety regulations are relaxed or not enforced, as in the very, very sad tragedy at Grenfell Tower, and really concerning that now we're looking at asylum seekers being crammed into HMOs, which will not be required to undertake electrical and gas safety checks or have working smoke alarms on each floor. And so I know that civil servants have said that they will undertake inspections. If those properties were subject to HMO licensing, it would be the responsibility of each local authority to do that, as they do with their own schemes and their own private tenants. And I think rather than focusing, creating an artificial culture war in an already crowded space, it's really important that the government deals with the backlog of those people who are waiting to have their asylum granted, so that they can get jobs and start their lives as soon as possible. And so we know, just to sum up, I'm running out of time, but just to say that this motion is so serious. I think it goes beyond the normal kind of knockabout that we have here. So thank you very much, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Bakari to second.
Thank you. The Home Office is broken. That's the reality, that's the truth, and that's the problem. And that's also where we must also find the solution. 137 organisations signed a letter to the government calling for these regulations to be scrapped. How can we have asylum seekers being housed in unsafe accommodation with potentially lax enforcement of gas and electrical safety standards? This has serious implications for their safety and for neighbouring properties. The government will argue that it wants to bring more accommodation on stream in order to get people out of the hotels, and it thinks that decent standards hold up that process by limiting the places on offer. Now, this hostile approach never works, and the Home Office must get on top of the processing backlog to improve their inadequate systems and, of course, lift the ban on asylum seekers working. And then they may even possibly have to find their own home themselves, a far better economic solution. The Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Housing, Gavin Smarts, is also calling on the government to reverse its plan, and he says the licensing scheme for houses that are multi-occupied are designed to keep people safe, especially safe from fire. And they need to apply to everyone. Everyone has a human right to have a safe home. And refugees fleeing persecution and death have always seen Britain as welcoming, as a sanctuary, as a safe country. And we've always been proud of that reputation, as we've seen with our opening our homes to the Ukrainians. And we should be really proud of that. But being cruel to some and not to others is not good international politics. I believe in compassionate politics, and I hope we all do here. I am honoured to second this motion and grateful for Assemblyman Emma for asking me to do so.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this motion, but as previous speakers said, I mean, I certainly have always been very welcoming of immigration. Obviously, I believe there should be a limit on immigration, but you know, as someone whose family came over in 1066, we weren't made that welcome ourselves when we turned up on the shores of Britain. But we have integrated, and I know that others will integrate as well. But, you know, in all seriousness, how can we actually accept a situation where we're lowering the standards? The standards that have been put in place for HMOs have been put in place to protect the people who currently live there and people who will live there in the future. These are standards. They're not high standards, but they are basic standards that currently exist. How can we lower those standards? How can we disregard those safeguards to individuals? You know, Assembly Member Harani said, this is a basic human right. And I'm really sorry, I always support my government, but I can't let this go without saying that we owe these people a duty of care. But not only that, the other ramification, of course, is do we want a load of HMOs popping up all over our community where the neighbours will also suffer as a result of these buildings being allowed to go into a level of decay? The people who already live in those communities have a right to expect a certain level of their neighbours too. So I think I would ask very politely that the government think about this again, because it really cannot be acceptable to lower standards that have been built up over decades to ensure a basic level of safety and regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly timed. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Assembly Members Mohammed and Bakari for bringing this motion. The Housing Act from 2004 defines whether a person is fit and proper to be a licence holder or the manager of an HMO as someone who has not committed any offences involving fraud, other dishonesty, violence, drugs or any sexual offence listed in the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. Without the protections of HMO licences or suitability requirements for licence holders, deeply traumatised people seeking asylum could be at risk of living in accommodation with unsuitable or dangerous landlords. The government's system for housing asylum seekers is cruel by design. Plans to remove licensing requirements for accommodation will entrench harm in the housing system and put people seeking asylum at greater risk. I've heard accounts from volunteers working to support people seeking asylum which reveal the widespread occurrence of sexual violence en route to claiming asylum, but also distressing reports of sexual assault after arriving in countries of refuge. Survivors of sexual violence need to feel safe and free from harm, and there needs to be enhanced protection for people seeking asylum and refuge. So establishing a refugee protection system where people fleeing persecution and conflict can live in safety is critical. The Green Group will be supporting this motion, and I would urge the Mayor to lobby this government to reverse the plans to exempt landlords from HMO licensing requirements when housing asylum seekers as a matter of utmost urgency. Thank you.
Assembly Member Mohammed to sum up, please.
Thank you very much for those heartfelt comments and those speeches. And, I absolutely echo the points that Assembly Member Prince made about once people have been treated with respect and decency, that they're able to re-establish a life and integrate into community a little bit further forward than 1066, but the principle remains. And I would just also draw the Assembly's attention to a recent report that the Housing Committee did, and it was very much on a cross-party basis. And that report was around looking at supported and exempt accommodation here in the capital. It's the first time, I believe, I'm happy to be corrected, that we have done that. But one of the key learnings that we had from that was just the way in which those people who have no other place to go, who are in exempt accommodation, the way in which they're treated by landlords, the way in which local authorities have no idea that those people even exist in their boundaries, and the issues that the police face when things like a homicide happens and nobody knows that that is supposed to be supported or exempt accommodation. This is really just reintroducing the problem by the back door. I think I agree wholeheartedly with what Assembly Member Bakari has said around the Home Office being broken. This is another example of the Home Office raiding other departments' budgets, having no regard for local government and for those people that serve our communities. And that includes the police as well, and making sure that we have protections for those people who live alongside us, and we want to make sure that once they're well established, they work and they're able to contribute to the capital. It's really, really important that this motion has support. I would really love it to be on a cross-party basis. And thank you very much.
I'd now like to put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Polanski about nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier today, I spoke about narratives of history and the future, and nuclear weapons is a very obvious place where we need to look and listen to those narratives. We have seen in the past the horrors of nuclear weapons and the importance of moving towards a world that looks at peace and security through dialogue, mutual cooperation and trust. Now, people will sometimes accuse you of being naive or being an idealist. I think it's a lot more naive to think you can have world peace through threatening with so-called deterrence. As my colleague who's in the House of Lords, Natalie Bennett, said recently, people often think that if one nuclear weapon's coming at you, you can maybe use another nuclear weapon to cancel it. That is not how it works. All it results is millions, if not billions, of deaths, loss of life and environmental destruction. It is vitally important that we talk about the need for a nuclear-free world, both for ourselves, future generations and for the planet. Please support this motion that is looking to make sure London is taking that step, that we're looking to stand in solidarity with the rest of the world, saying we can see a better future for the planet, a better way of communicating through society and working through cooperation rather than competition. Thank you.
Assembly Member Russell to second, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Zach, for bringing this motion, which could not be timelier. Russia's reckless aggression in Ukraine continues to escalate. The latest development is their reckless deployment of nuclear weapons in Belarus, undermining the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Now, this motion is about signing up London to the civil society campaign, ICAN, the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. Hundreds of cities, local and regional bodies all around the world have spoken out in support of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons through the ICAN Cities Appeal. In the UK, the list includes Aberystwyth, Bangor, Blackshaw Head, Brighton and Hove, Durham, East Ayrshire, Edinburgh, Farringdon, Fife, Glasgow, Gwynedd, Hastings, Hebden Royd, Home Valley Parish, Keighley, Lancaster, Leeds, Leicester, Manchester, Merthyr Tydfil, Nefyn, Newham, Norwich, Oxford, Renfrewshire, Shore and Crompton, Shipley, Stirling, Swansea, Todmorden, Tower Hamlets, and our sister regional bodies, the Welsh Assembly and the Scottish Parliament. There are over 3,000 mayors for peace in Europe, and I'm glad that our mayor is already signed up as a mayor for peace, contributing to the attainment of lasting world peace through the abolition of nuclear weapons. Former Green Assembly member Darren Johnson first asked then Mayor Ken Livingstone to sign up to that back in 2002. Now, lobbying the government to sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a logical next step to extend our city's commitment to peace. So I hope all members will support this motion today.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief, but I prefer Assembly Member Russell's politics much more when she's talking about giving us all a toilet on the end of the streets than putting the country and everyone in it at risk, which I know we'll disagree with. The UK remains committed to the ultimate goal of a world without nuclear weapons and supports the implementation of the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of nuclear weapons in all its aspects. And that is the only credible and safe way to disarm them. The UK has a long track record on this, and we have the smallest stockpile of nuclear warheads of the 5 nuclear weapon states. We're the only state to have reduced our one delivery system. And guess what? How many countries have joined us so far?
None.
None. So until we see that trend happening, until we see people joining us in disarmament, we cannot prohibit nuclear warheads. It would put every single person at risk in this country. And at a time like this, in the global dynamic that we face, I cannot believe anybody would seriously put forward something. And I really hope this is not the Assembly's position, because it is absolutely absurd. We have the right process here to nuclear disarmament. We are following it. The UK is above any other nuclear ridiculous state, and to do anything else would just be dangerous for everybody that lives here. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. All I have to say is that I think the Greens should wake up and smell the coffee.
There, Assembly Member Duval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is much in the motion that should be supported by everyone around the table, and I think was some of those sentiments was mentioned by Assembly Member Best. You know, the main emphasis of this motion of sign up, and I'm not completely clear because I don't know if I heard you right, Assembly Russell, about what you think the Mayor has signed up to or not. But we on this side cannot sign up to these issues. We believe in, because there is an issue here. It doesn't say explicitly, but we believe in multilateral discussions to reduce nuclear issues, and we believe in the use of that nuclear deterrent. Hopefully it will never be used, right, in that sense. So we cannot be supporting this today, and we don't support unilateral action on getting rid of our nuclear deterrent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There being no Assembly, I beg your pardon, Assembly Member Polanski to sum up, please.
Thank you very much. I think there's been some misunderstanding. We're not talking about a unilateral disarmament of nuclear weapons. In fact, the treaty itself talks about time-bound negotiations. So this is looking and moving in the direction of things. I do have to say, in response to the last comment, and I find myself repeating this several times, but what is the point of the Labour Party? We see this at a national level with immigration. Credit to Sadiq Khan today, who has spoken out against the floating prisons. But we have a Labour leader, Keir Starmer, who is talking about tagging asylum seekers, who is criticising Rishi Sunak's policy of stop the boats, not because it's inhumane, but because it's inefficient.
Should you not be intervening and saying stick to the merits of the motion that we've got in front of us? Those issues are not appropriate for this debate.
Well, I think where I was about to... sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I'd like you to come back on, approach the subject.
It was the next on my list. So now we have the Labour Party who want to talk about a cost of living crisis, but are still willing to fund nuclear weapons. And ultimately...
Chair, you need to intervene. This is not appropriate. There is flexibility around this.
I think the member... I think it wasn't out of order because the member was...
I'm talking about nuclear weapons.
Was talking about nuclear weapons in the context of policy making at higher levels.
You make the argument for me, Chair. Thank you. Trident
but I can understand why that was a bit triggering, to say the least, yes.
Trident for 2023 to 2024 is £3 billion. A programme is also underway to replace the Vanguard-class submarines from the early 2030s. The total estimated cost of the programme is £41 billion. There are also other nuclear infrastructure projects and programmes. This is all a question of priorities. And what I'm hearing from the Labour Party today is their priority is not to tackle the cost of living crisis, is not to have more cohesive communities, is not to talk about peace and security and dialogue and cooperation. It's to talk about nuclear weapons. They've been clear about that. I would ask everyone to support this motion. I think it's vital in showing our support for a better world, but I'm hearing very clearly from the Assembly that we're not quite there yet.
Not quite would be an understatement. A long way.
Yeah, I was just musing. In the Tory group, we have Oscars at the end of the year for particular performances, and I think that would win an Oscar for the understatement of the year. So thank you. Yes, thank you. That's said with no bias whatsoever. Can I now put the motion to the Assembly? All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
3 votes for, Chair.
And all those against, please.
Votes against, Chair.
Votes against.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 votes against, Chair. That motion
close.
Thank you very much for that. Right, we're at the end of...
We've got a few more bits of business.
Yeah, we've still got... no, don't all go packing up. It's not... Class isn't over yet. So the Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between February 2023 and April 2023. Can we agree that recommendation?
All right.
It is proposed that the London Assembly agrees...
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, I'm a man. I can't do more than one thing at a time. It is proposed that the London Assembly agrees to use the plenary meeting to be held at 10 a.m. on 6th of July 2023, principally to hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of Transport for London under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999, requires Sadiq Khan, in his capacity as Chair of Transport for London, and Andy Lord, Commissioner of Transport for London, to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. And if you can remember that recommendation, do you agree it?
Aye.
Yes, jolly good. The date of the next meeting of the Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 22nd of June 2023 at the Chamber in City Hall. And now we move on to one piece of item I consider urgent. In accordance with Section 100B(4)(b) of the Local Government Act 1972, I have accepted one item of urgent business as outlined in the supplementary agenda published yesterday, which recommends that the Assembly, noting that it is a joint decision with the Mayor, approves the appointment of Enver Enver as the GLA's interim statutory Chief Finance Officer with immediate effect and until no longer required, on the terms and conditions set out in the report. Can we agree that recommendation?
Yeah.
Thank you. That now concludes today's meeting. Thank you. And what's that?
So over